expressed on the SKO radio network are those of the hosts, guests, and callers, and are not necessarily those of this station, its management, or other hosts or advertisers. The shows found on the SKO radio network can promote any lifestyle, belief, religion, political affiliation, or other personal practice. These shows are intended for entertainment purposes only and are not intended to treat, diagnose, and or claim any cure of disease or condition. This SKO Radio Network program is rated Unleashed and is intended for mature audiences only.
Good morning, James. How are you feeling?
Wait, what?
It's perfectly normal to feel confused. You just spent 120 years in suspended animation.
What?
It's okay, James.
It's Jim.
Jim, just breathe. Everything is okay.
Where am I?
You're a passenger on the Starship Avalon, the Homestead Company's premier interstellar starliner. We've nearly completed the voyage from Earth to your new home, the colony world of Homestead 2. A new world, a fresh start, room to grow.
Oh, yeah.
The Avalon is on final approach. For the next 4 months, you'll enjoy space travel at its most luxurious. Food, fun, friends.
My friends.
That's right, Jim. The ID band on your wrist is your key to the wonders of the Avalon. You're in perfect health, Jim. Let's get you to your cabin where you can get some rest.
No. Just own it. Own it, Jim. You got a cool jacket.
Hello, passengers. Will you all please take a seat? Welcome, Learning Group 38, your introduction to colonial life. Earth is a prosperous planet, the cradle of civilization. But for many, it's also overpopulated, overpriced, overrated.
I'm sorry. I think I may be in
Hold
the
all
wrong...
questions till the end, please.
Oh, sorry.
The colonies offer an alternative, a better way of
Where
life.
are all the other...
And there's no colony more beautiful than Homestead 2, the jewel of the occupied worlds.
Where is everybody?
We are all on the Starship Avalon.
But I'm the only one here.
There are 5,000 passengers and 258 crew members.
So why am I alone?
Welcome to the observatory. What can I show you?
We're supposed to land soon. I'm the only one awake.
I don't understand. What can I show you?
Show me Homestead 2.
Homestead 2 is the 4th planet in the Bhakti system.
Right? And where are we?
We're in transit from Earth to Homestead 2. We will arrive in approximately 90 years.
What?
We arrive at Homestead 2 in 90 years, 3 weeks, and 1 day.
Wait, how long ago did we leave Earth?
Approximately 30 years ago.
I woke up too soon.
From the Debbie McCune Broadcasting Center at the SKO Radio Network, it's time for Some Kind of Radio Show, starring Earl McCune and the Crazy Crew. The phone lines are now open, so call or text to 234-200-5110. That number once again is 234-200-5110. Without any further ado, Here's Earl and the Crazy Crew. Welcome, 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 ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, to some kind of radio show. Sorry to disappoint. I am, in fact, not Earl McCune. He is off in Las Vegas doing Las Vegas things, hoping that it stays there, including the chlamydia and the clap. This is Aaron the Voice Kaback with my very own intro.
The one, the only, the man, the myth, the legend! A knight, sired by knights, a goddamn American icon.
The voice of the voiceless.
And the new world heavyweight champion. And so, without further gilding the lily, and with no more ado, I give to you
the voice inside your head.
Aaron, the Voice Kaback.
The voice inside your head. Yes, I have an ego the size of Akron.
I want one of those, man.
You want one of those? I will make you one of those.
Whose dick you gotta suck to get one of those, man?
My own. And can you imagine?
You get a couple of them ribs taken out like Marilyn Manson?
Yeah, I actually had a couple of vertebrae snapped. For that.
Oh,
Yeah, absolutely. Alongside me is Dylan the Master, Thompson and Tommy the Killer. We are all here enjoying another Friday night with you fine folks.
Yes.
Let's get right down to it. Want to take a moment here and talk about last week's show. We had a little bit of a snafu, and I know that
show.
Yes, shit show would
Not
be
our
the
fault.
Would be the understatement.
Hey, I want to congratulate us first.
You want to congratulate us?
I want to congratulate
us.
the SKO Radio
I want to
Network.
pat myself on the back while I'm patting everybody else. Let's go ahead. Let's hear your
I'd
congratulations.
like to
Sinsel.
congratulate the SKO Radio Network for being a featured station
I was going to get to that.
on stream licensing for the alternative section. Congratulations, SKO Radio Network, on being a featured
Absolutely.
station
We
on the streamlicensing.com directory.
we got an email today from Stream Licensing. You know, the company that sold us out, closed the doors, shut us down, and made us scramble.
Tried to shut us down.
Very, very well tried. Made us scramble for approximately 2 hours, maybe. A grand total. Well, actually, the actual scrambling was maybe 45 minutes at the most, between about the half an hour before the show, and then maybe 15 minutes after to get everything lined up. That was it. Then the 2 hours between the show when we really weren't running any music, so we didn't care. But we spent 2 hours just basically lambasting Stream Licensing, and we had fun doing it.
I mean,
They sent us an email today. Congratulations, your station, SKO Radio Network, has been selected from our directory to be a featured station in your alternative genre. We're an alternative genre now.
Wow.
Like an alternative lifestyle. An alternative lifestyle.
part of the lifestyle.
I'm telling you, keep in mind we are an all-male show, so that could be taken too many different ways. We take pride in the selection of featured stations, as you should as well, as it is a great accomplishment and stands to a proof of your hard work and dedication to this craft and is recognized by your industry peers. Well, no shit. We strive endlessly to put out a quality product for our listeners, and believe you me, it takes hours and hours and hours of time. Share the fact that you've been selected from well over 1,000 stations on our directory at streamlicensing.com/directory. Make sure you tell your friends and audience and on all your social media sites of this prestigious peer selection recognition award. Again, we heartily congratulate you and keep up the good work. Your Stardom Digital Stream Licensing team. This is a company that doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
No, they still exist. They just can't license anybody.
That's true. The company may still exist. They just don't have doors to unlock.
Yes.
There you go.
That'd be like Toys R Us handing out an award for best toy.
That's like Toys R Us handing out an award for Employee of the Month.
Yeah.
Thank you for not coming in because the doors were closed. Here's a nice plaque and a watch.
Well, the difference is, Toys R Us can reopen.
Yeah.
Stream licensing has had so many lawsuits and so many bumbles or whatever you want to call it.
Now, when last we were on the air, like I said, it was fresh. We found out about it half an hour before showtime. Let me tell you about the week that was. Because, first of all,
I'm back.
You're back. Welcome back. And we will get to your welcome back. I've been saving your welcome back, but we jumped right into stream licensing here. I got a press release from ASCAP, the Association of Songwriters, Composers, and Performers. One of the three main licensing bodies in this. Well, two licensing bodies.
Four.
There's
four.
There's three licensing bodies in this country, and there's one big one in the UK. Makes up the four that you really want to pay attention to. There's ASCAP, BMI, and Sound.
CSAC.
CSAC is UK. Sound. That's SoundCloud.
Sound Exchange.
Sound Exchange is digital.
CSAC is American too.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought they were UK.
You get hit all four.
Okay. So ASCAP had put out something that, the first thing they said was, now that we're no longer bound by confidentiality, here's what really happened. Or at least, they're saying something, because all stream licensing is saying is that they couldn't keep up with, quote unquote, the pros. That's all they've said all week long. ASCAP has said that they have not been paid since fourth quarter 2016. They have not been paid. Haven't heard anything out of BMI.
It's like
2.5 years.
It's like 3 years.
Almost 3 years.
Yeah.
Now, it's gone so far as ASCAP had gotten an injunction from a court saying, hey, okay, here's your judgment. Now go get your money. And they even went back to stream licensing and said, we're giving you an opportunity to do the right thing. We have a court order telling you to give us money or shut down. Now, we know you have a lot of customers, and we know that we want our artists' music out there. So do the right thing, pay us, please, and we'll let you continue to do what you do. What stream license response to that was this?
Crickets.
Absolutely nothing. They just continued to go on and on and on.
And I'm not talking Buddy Holly and the Crickets either.
And until last Friday, when someone showed up with a court order, said, all right, shut it down. And that's exactly what happened. They said, you've gone long enough with saying that you're licensing people to play our music without paying our performers their royalties. It ends now. So a sad situation is that, here's this company who said, we'll lump together all your licensing. We'll take care of this for you for, a nominal fee. We'll take care of everything. And they didn't.
Yep.
Now, the good news is, of course, from our standpoint, we had, we continued in good faith. So what we did is we got up together. Our licensing is, as you can see on our website, our licensing is now taken care of by Live 365. For now. That is for the time being. There are some caveats to that they're working through, and we may go in other directions. But for now, we're going with Live 365. And I will tell you that I have seen a difference in our listenership since then. But, again, that could very well be just the sound of our voices.
They heard I was back.
They heard you were back, exactly.
They heard I was back. Speaking of which,
how was Michigan? Was it all the maize and blue you'd hoped it to be?
Fuck Michigan. It was very sandy. It also didn't rain. So, fuck you guys.
Welcome back to Noah's Ark.
Yeah.
You want to take a walk down by that little walk that runs the length of the cat?
No, don't worry, because yesterday my main gig flooded, so I had the joy of unflooding it, basically. Filling sandbags and building barricades and wanting to kill myself.
And here's the fun part. At your main gig, you're probably the go-to guy because they figure, he's in the Army. He knows what to do.
I'm in the National Guard.
Yeah.
They call me for floods. Yeah. And here I am responding to floods.
There you go. But no water, no
rain in Michigan. I don't have to do anything else. I don't have to. It rained like the last 2 days when we left. So.
I understand there was a fair amount of blowing shit up.
Yeah. Little bit of my hand almost.
There's an inherent danger to blowing shit up.
Yeah, it's a good time though.
Good
time. Yeah, we started a forest fire. Probably shouldn't talk too much about it, but we started a forest fire.
But it was a controlled fire. You were learning to put fires out.
No,
I was really I was throwing you a bone there.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
And you
Oh,
just-
I'm good. I'm good to talk about it. I really don't care.
Anything involving a claymore?
No.
No.
Smoke grenade. It was
Okay.
really dry. You know, dry
Yeah, that
day.
happens.
Smoke grenade. Set some
No,
stuff
in
on
Michigan,
fire.
you can legally get all the good stuff.
It just
Yeah.
You know,
You could blow up your backyard
Kept.
in Michigan with this fireworks you can get
it
there.
just kept. Well, I mean, this was like issued stuff though, so
issued
you know
stuff.
it's even better.
Military grade.
It broke quicker. Yay.
Real quicker.
But no, it was all right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, don't feel bad.
That's almost what I'm expecting to hear from Earl when he gets back in Vegas. So, what'd you guys do? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Expecting the Elvis marriage license.
I'm telling you, he's denying it.
do you? Oh, no, pronounce it. Man and wife. Let's get jiggy with it. Oh.
Let's get jiggy
Okay,
with
okay.
it.
For love.
Elvis getting jiggy with it. There you go. Only on the SKO radio network will Elvis get jiggy with it. They are denying it left and right. I'm telling you, they went there to get married. They're probably already married.
Nah.
There's-
They'll wait till the last day. Then
Yeah.
they'll get married. They'll get really drunk first, and then they'll get married.
They're in Vegas. They're probably drunk right now.
Earl probably is.
Earl,
I don't know.
Early.
Lori doesn't strike me as too much of a drinker.
No, one of them has to be sane.
Hell.
Wow.
Well,
she's with him, so
There
how
you
sane is she?
but did you see the video that he posted of him eating the mastodon?
Did not see the video, but I saw a couple of pre-qualifying videos,
Right.
and
Now, what was the mastodon?
I called
it
it the mastodon.
was a quadruple burger,
Yeah.
and a shit ton of fries.
I think he took your.
He went to the
your-
Heart Attack Grill.
Yeah, I think he took your advice. Went to the heart attack.
Because, like, on mine, I had a 4-pound burger from Max and Irma's. It's probably something similar to that.
Right.
So yeah.
From what I understand, he purposefully did not finish so he could get spanked.
I think he was looking forward to that because I only watched the beginning of the video because when you get in about a few minutes in, it's just Earl. It's just Earl eating meat. Yeah, I know.
That's pretty much what he does.
It didn't-
Chokes on the meat.
It kind of reminded me of that, choking on the meat. So there was that. So as we mentioned here, the website is still up and running. We got new pictures. Tony's picture's in there. My picture's in there. We still have to get your pretty picture in there.
You don't want my picture.
Yeah, well, the pretty pictures.
You don't want my
You
picture.
you saw the pictures.
I saw them.
You saw the
But
pictures.
you don't want my picture.
I got to say, though, there was one that kind of struck me as odd. I think it was Bob's picture. Is it just me, or did it look like the lighting made it look like he had an extra turkey neck or something?
Oh, jeez.
That picture could have struck me as, I would expect that out of brother Hezekiah here, but
Yeah, I mean,
yeah. I came across something earlier today that I wanted to read out loud because it's funny as hell. Now, sometimes liberals say the stupidest things, but occasionally there's a nugget of funny that comes through. It is literally titled, Presidents I Would Prefer to Donald Trump. Now, get this list. You're going to, I will preface this by saying Hillary does not show up on this list anywhere. So thank God somebody
Very
had the
good. Very
right
good.
sense of mind to say, oh, okay, we've had enough of that.
Very good.
Bernie Sanders,
Eh.
Bill Clinton,
Eh.
Madeleine Albright, the bones of FDR, a can of soup, Sinead O'Connor on a bad day, a Montessori-educated toddler with an 8-ball of cocaine. I had to stop at that one. I was like, that's pretty specific. And then I stopped and broke it down. A Montessori-educated toddler with an 8-ball of cocaine. That was Bill Clinton, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
The Prime Minister of Canada didn't specify which one. So
Hopefully not Justin Trudeau.
you could go hit or miss on either one of them. A literal bag of dicks. I've always wondered about that. Where I know Louis C.K. kind of coined that one, but I'm just a bag.
Where he got it from is
A bag of dicks. Just you're walking around with a bag of severed penises. My wife cooked bratwurst the other day, And what she did is she kind of cut them up into finger-sized chunks, to like kind of put in salad.
Sure.
And I saw them sitting in the pan, and I'm like, are those bratwurst or are those severed penises? Bella laughs out loud at like nothing, but at the most appropriate times, because I couldn't swear that she laughed at that. I don't know. Maybe I said severed penis and she thought it was funny. Where did we leave off? One of Stevie Nicks' shawls. They actually have listed here Pete Buttigieg. Now, I've always loved the name Buttigieg when you consider that Mayor Pete is the first openly gay presidential candidate. Well, you have to be with a name like Buttigieg. That's why he says, call me Mayor Pete. I'm like, yeah, because you don't want people saying your last name out loud.
Yeah. Him and Anthony Weiner should get together.
Yeah. This one was hands down my favorite. Dwayne, Elizondo, Mountain Dew, Herbert, Camacho. You have not seen the movie because you have never seen any movie ever. I told him we're saluting passengers tonight, and we'll talk more about the movie as we go along. And I said, what movie are we doing tonight? And I told him Passengers, and kind of gave me the Tony look. I said, okay, Chris Pratt and Jennifer Lawrence. And he continued to give me the Tony look. Okay, Chris Pratt, Parks and Rec, Guardians of the Galaxy.
I haven't seen.
I still got the Tony look. I said, okay, Jennifer Lawrence, The Hunger Games. I still got the Tony look. I'm like, do you not get out of your car ever? No. It's that's where I live.
I've seen all the Fast and Furiouses and all the Transformers.
Tony gets out of his car long enough to go get his Starbucks and then get back in his car.
There you go. You should see the shopping cart full of energy drink he brought with him today.
3 Red Bulls.
That's it?
The 40s, the big.
No, they're
the
12
tall
ounces. I usually bring 120 ounce.
I'm not a big energy drink person because let's face it, this on anything hotter than cocaine is really, you don't want to see that. So, yeah, you brought in, like I said, and this one
energy
here.
Energy drinks are more legal.
This one here. I love the post you had this morning. I'm trying to save my energy drink for when I get to work. 5 minutes out of the driveway, I already crack it open.
Yep.
We call that a problem.
On the plus side, my boss texts me. He's like, "Hey, at least you're headed to work on time today."
Yep. We were just commenting that, down in Clinton, where the Oaths are at the flooded festival.
Oh, yeah. Mud City.
Yeah, Mud City. There was a picture. There was a video of these two gentlemen, paddling a canoe up the road. So their dad could go to work.
Mm-hmm.
And my thought was, and I said this to Tony, he probably has one of those bosses. You know the boss I'm talking about.
I do.
Hey, I can't come into work today. My driveway, the street I live on, and half the city is underwater. Oh well, hey, that's too bad. I hope everything's okay. Hey, by the way, quick question. Can you swim?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of those bosses that'll be like,
all right, see you in a half hour.
Yeah.
Do you have a pool float? Do you have one of those pool noodles?
Right. Yeah. You got water wings.
Water wings. Moving on to the list here. One of the leftover Kennedys. We now refer to the Kennedys as leftovers.
Yeah. Can't name half of them anymore.
I mean,
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah. Astrophysicist.
I'll tell you what.
Hard pass.
I'll tell you what. That would be funny though. We'd have a shitty defense process, and we'd probably be indebted to every country on the planet. But we could visit other planets because that would be cool.
Yeah.
2 out of the 3 Jonas Brothers. But it doesn't.
No, they all got back together. So
Right.
just have all 3 go together. It'll be cool.
Tina Turner's wig. A glass of Merlot. Daenerys Targaryen. If she weren't dead. But she gets to bring the Starbucks cup with her. An inflatable couch and Vincent Price's ghost.
Just be
Daenerys, she is from Game of Thrones, right?
I think we should give him a cookie. He got one.
Well, I only remember this because of the whole Starbucks thing. Because technically it wasn't a Starbucks cup. It was just a coffee cup a white cup that looked like a Starbucks cup, so that's why everybody made it out to be a Starbucks cup. It had no logo on it.
Yet still, it was in medieval
times. Sorry.
That's why we call him the comedy killer. There you go. So that was my list of, anyway, so we kind of got to telling to 7 different stories at once. It's usually how we do that here.
Yeah, we're really disorganized. This isn't, it's not good. We stay.
It's my understanding that there would be no math.
So we're just going to kind of wing it here. But yeah, we are, the movie that I picked for this week, I actually kind of wrestled because there's a whole bunch of different movies that I had lined up, but we're kind of saving them for the new show that will be launching on August, did I say August 2nd, August 3rd? I don't remember what the day is, but it's the first Friday in August. And that is for August 2nd because, hey, I can pull up a calendar. And that first one will be Knight's Tale. But we've got a whole bunch of, so when Earl said, hey, I need you to guest host, I'm like, okay, I have to think of a movie that I actually want to salute, but don't necessarily need to save for the other show so that Mike doesn't go, well, why didn't you do that for our show? So that's why I went with Passengers. Really great movie. Loved it. The thing is that looking for sound bites for a show that is like 90% visual, because it's not too far off from Tom Hanks's Castaway.
Right.
It's Chris Pratt Chris Pratt. That was the other thing. When I put out the announcement that I was doing the show, I had to redo my typing like 3 times because where I would say Chris Pratt, which is his name, I kept typing Crisp Rat. Because somebody told me a joke once that said, that's not. Why can't you call him by his name? It's kind of a sick nickname, Chris Pratt.
Chris Pratt.
And so that kind of stuck, and I keep. You say it fast enough, it sounds like Chris Pratt.
Yeah,
he's a toasty rodent. So
yeah.
At one point, he looked like it.
At one point, he did.
Speaking of rats, did you hear about that story?
I did hear about that story. It was a really great story.
Yeah.
That one.
Story.
That one. I got it.
Speaking of rats.
Please continue with the story like we didn't hear.
That one, yeah.
Yeah, that story, but not the other story. Just that story.
That story.
That's this story.
This is what Eric didn't like about being on my show.
Why?
That right there.
What is that? That story.
No, not that story.
I thought you told that story,
right,
and
yeah, exactly.
he wasn't.
He was just like, why can't you just let me talk? I'm like, because it's fun to interrupt you.
Yes.
Your face lights up. You laugh. Everybody laughs.
Yeah.
And then we all go home happy. Go ahead.
Absolutely. The couple were at the wing place, and the rat literally fell from the ceiling.
Place.
Why wouldn't the national one?
The B-dubs.
B-dubs.
Okay. I own the place. I'll say it.
Okay. A couple were at B-dubs.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, they're sitting there. I guess there was a rat crawling around the ceiling that literally fell off and fell on the table. Live rat.
That's not good.
No, not good. Fell on top of the menu right next to him.
That's
they got a little freaked out and got up, walked out.
That's a health department violation. You're getting shut down.
Did it? So it didn't fall in their wings.
No, it didn't fall. They didn't have food, but
I'll tell you that would induce vomiting pretty quickly.
That would have been funny.
I expect to see it at a Chinese restaurant, not a wing house.
Nah, you see the cats running around there.
The cats run around, kill the mice. That's how they end up fattening up the cats for the dim sum.
Yeah.
Now,
that wasn't chicken.
But it tastes like chicken.
Yeah.
It sure did. No, the one that got me, there was a story in the local .com about there was a searchable database for all the restaurants throughout the entire Northeast Ohio area where you could look up their health inspections.
Yep.
Now, there was a restaurant that opened up like down the road from me maybe about a year ago. And I tried to go in there once after I got off work. Got off work at 7, rolled in about 7:15. I literally walked over there because it's like that close.
Okay.
And they weren't open. They were supposed to be open at 7. They weren't open. So, I gave them what for on their Facebook. I'm like, well, everywhere else 7 is 7. And they gave me this laundry list of, I guess it's owned by a husband and wife. And the wife was chiming in about how, traffic was this and blah, 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 and everything else. I'm like, okay. So were you the only person who was responsible for opening the place? I mean, just, don't make excuses. Just understand that 7 is 7,
Was it the article on Cleveland.com? let me tell you how bullshit that article is.
Wasn't so much the article, but like I said, it gave
No,
you a searchable database. But go ahead.
But so let's look at let's see. The top one was in Bath Township.
Oh, when they run down the number. Okay, those I don't pay too much attention to because I just want to see the places I go to, how they fare.
So but let's look at the top one.
Right.
Bath Township.
Okay.
115 violations.
Right.
Yep.
July 12th, 2017, 16 violations, 3 critical. July 18th, 2017, 16 violations, 3 critical. You know what they equate that to? 32. You know what that is? 16.
Yep.
Same 16 violations. And instead of saying that, hey, we went from 16 in July to 5 in February, so we improved.
Yep.
Now we're saying that, hey, you had 115 violations.
Right. Now, but the one that I was looking at, the one down the street, I did look that up. They had one inspection back in October, and they had 15 violations. 11 of them were critical. Yeah.
That would steer me away from.
Not to mention that the one time that I did go there, and they were open, I came back, and it's like, okay, I'm here. I'm going to try this out. Let them know. And that was the only one there. And the service was still like, I got better things to do with my time than to wait on the one person that's here. Okay. And the food really wasn't that spectacular either.
Yeah.
When I have like 2 other breakfast places that I go to, which by the way did much better on their inspections.
Yeah, because it's like when the articles come out, and I usually see them on Facebook, not in print.
Yep.
Summit County's highest, or Akron area, Summit County, whichever, highest, health code violations.
Right.
And a lot of times you look at them, and there's like the same places repeatedly over and over. How the hell do they stay open? Or you go Portage County, and like in the one that they ran was just Kent.
Right.
They didn't even have anything outside of Kent. It was all.
It was all Kent.
It was like the restaurant that closed was the Puffer Belly.
Right.
Been in Kent forever. They just kept having violations. They had like 25 violations, and 18 of them were critical.
Mm-hmm.
And you just wonder year to year, it's just like they were just scraping by, and finally it's just like,
right,
can't do this anymore, close. My favorite place to go on the way to Mountaineer was the diner.
Let's tackle this
after the break.
After the break. We're a little bit past our break here. We're going to get another break in. You are listening to Some Kind of Radio Show with Aaron, Dylan, and Tony the Comedy Killer. We're going to take a little break. We're going to play a couple of promos. We're going to play some more from Passengers. And after that, we will be right back with more of our favorite restaurants. Stay tuned. Enjoy the show. We here at the SKO Radio Network have 2 causes that we hold close to our hearts. They are to help out children and the eradication of cancer. That's why over Labor Day weekend this year, we will be holding a radiothon to support kids crushing cancer. Starting on Friday, August 30th at 8 p.m., Earl McCune, Dylan Thompson, Mike Hay, and Aaron Kaback will walk into the Debbie McCune Broadcast Center, the SKO Radio Network, and attempt to stay on the air for a full 72 hours in a row. Here's where you come in. If you're a business owner, contact us at 234-706-5857 or office at skoradio.com for hourly pledging opportunities. Once again, that number is 234-706-5857, and the email is office@skoradio.com. If you'd like to donate on a personal level, simply go to skoradio.com and click the donate button on the main page to find out more. Please help us to support this very worthy cause, because no child should have to face cancer alone. Welcome to the new music, the new attitude, and the new era of the SKO Radio Network.
Hello. Welcome to the Grand Concourse aboard the Avalon. Can I help you?
I need to talk to a person. A real live person, please?
What sort of person? Personal trainer, travel planner, therapist?
I don't know. Somebody in charge.
The ship's steward handles passenger affairs. It's on level 3 of the Grand Concourse.
Thank you.
Happy to help.
Not good.
Hello.
Who's flying the ship?
The flight crew. The captain, the pilot, the chief
Captain,
navigator.
I want to speak to the captain.
The captain rarely handles passenger
What's an
queries
emergency? Please.
directly. The captain is usually found on the bridge in the command ring.
Thompson. Man, it's good to see another face. I thought I was the only one awake.
Who wants to sleep on a beautiful day like this?
No, I mean, we're in trouble. We're not supposed to be here.
Well, I won't tell if you don't.
Huh?
Our little secret. What can I get for you?
What?
You look like a whiskey man.
Okay. Oh, you're a robot.
Android, technically. Arthur's the name.
Jim.
Pleased to meet you, Jim.
How much do you know about this ship?
I don't know. I know some things.
What do I do if my hibernation pod malfunctions?
Oh, hibernation pods are fail-safe. They never malfunction.
Well, I woke up early.
Can't happen.
How long until we get to Homestead 2?
About 90 years or so.
And when are all the passengers supposed to wake up?
Not till the last 4 months.
How is it that I'm sitting here with you? With 90 years to go.
It's not possible for you to be here.
Aurora.
Searching passenger profiles. I'm Aurora Lane, passenger 1456. I'm a writer. I think we tell each other stories to know we're not alone, to make contact.
Your father was Oliver Lane, a Pulitzer Prize-winning author.
No pressure, right? My dad used to say, if you live an ordinary life, all you'll have are ordinary stories. You have to live a life of adventure. So, here I am.
Good morning.
We're starting over in every way. I'll have to figure out where to live, how to live, who my friends will be. It's like the first day of school. If the school bus took 120 years to get there. We're creating a culture.
You are funny. Do you ever read something and feel like it's written just for you?
I don't do a lot of reading.
She's good.
Who's that?
Aurora.
The sleeping girl.
You know, I'm not saying the universe is evil, but it sure has a nasty sense of humor.
How's that?
You get to fly to another planet, but you'll die along the way. And you find the perfect woman right in front of you. Yet she's completely out of range.
Yeah, I'll miss New York City. Give me a cup of coffee and a view of the Chrysler Building and I can write all day. They do have coffee on Homestead too, right? They better have coffee if they don't have to turn around and come back to Earth.
Is there anything you regret leaving behind?
Yeah, I'll miss the trees in Central Park turning in the fall. I'll also miss crowds, all those voices.
You're listening to Some Kind of Radio Show here on the SKO Radio Network. Call now at 234-200-5110. Again, that's 234-200-5110. Now here's Earl McCune and the Crazy Crew.
The recording of Aaron keeps lying.
Well, it's the standard recording. I don't have one that says, here's Aaron and the Crazy Crew, because one, if I had my own Crazy Crew, holy crap. First of all, of course, I'm enjoying the company of my dearest and nearest commie killer and whatever the fuck I call you. Dipshit. I can't call you Jitterbug on the air though, so Welcome back. This is Some Kind of Radio Show here with the effervescent voice, the moist voice.
The moist voice.
The moist voice.
The voice of the moistless.
The voice of the moistless. I had mentioned that on a chat board of the game I play. Hey, look, Tony's got mail, and oh crap, we have a call. Yeah.
Oh, crap.
So because I wanted to mention that I missed a call. We were so into the restaurant thing we were talking about. This is some kind. I'm waiting for the. Oh, there's the timer. This is some kind of radio show, and you are on the air.
Am I really? Well, this is John O'Donnell, and I am honored to be on the air with such fine radio personalities.
Yeah, you got the wrong station, buddy. You got to hang up and try calling somewhere else.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys let Dylan in the studio again? I keep telling you about that.
I let myself in, man. What are you talking
Here's
about?
the problem. He managed to escape the state of Michigan without being chased by the authorities, so we had to hide him somewhere.
We do not give a blank about the whole state of Michigan, first of all. So
It's true.
Don't feel bad. I don't.
boys. Good show so far. Good show. Good show.
Don't feel bad. I don't give a shit about the Scarlet and Gray either.
There you go. So there's that. Thank you very much, John. We do appreciate the kudos there. John O'Donnell joining us from the Cinderblock Sports radio program, which airs Saturday mornings right here on the SKO Radio Network.
That's
from
tomorrow.
9 to noon now.
That's
3 hours jam-packed.
They gave us a third hour. They're like, hey, you guys just keep talking. We got nothing else better to do.
It's like we couldn't jam all the sports knowledge that we had into 2 hours. We had to give it 3. And as far as the whole state of Michigan, I know that we talked a little bit during the week about the College World Series, and I hope that you saw the slobber knocking that Michigan put on Texas Tech earlier, because it was what it kind of reminded me of what the U.S. women's soccer team did to, what was that? Thailand. Just opened up a can of whoop-ass, drank it all, and then pissed it back out on them.
Well, listen, Michigan is a very good team. I think that if Michigan or any Big Ten team were to win, it would be the first time in about 30 years that a team north of the Mason-Dixon actually won the
College World Series. Yep.
So good luck to them on that. College World Series is funny to me because I don't get aluminum bags. I just do not understand the concept. But be that what it may. U.S. Women's World Cup, listen, they beat Thailand. They beat Sweden. They beat Chile. Are they going to beat Spain? Yes, I'm not sure, Aaron. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm. Well, as far as beating Spain, no, I've said it before. I'll say it again. They're going to do well in the table round, which they're going through now. They ran through the 3 competitors that they have to. Once they get to the elimination round and have to face the European teams and some of the stronger South American teams, they're gonna learn what it's like to not be the best in the world.
You think that, well, and that's where you and I disagree. I think here's the thing. I think the U.S. has one of the best offenses in the world. I do. I think they do.
Right.
Their back line, their goaltending, I don't think it's the best in the world. I just don't.
Right.
Spain's not that great. Spain's just not that great. But France in the quarterfinals, you got to beat the man, be the man, right? But
That's
France,
true.
They're going to be a tough out in the quarterfinals.
That's true. If they can manage to get past Spain, they won't get past France. You're absolutely right.
Well, you and I are going to bet some jelly beans on that, because I think that the U.S. I'm not a soccer guy. The U.S. can put anybody in Tiddlywinks, Euchre, or Uno. I don't care.
Yeah, you are absolutely. You are a homer to boot, and I love that about you.
We'll fuck some shit up in euchre.
We'll fuck some. We are actually going to, right here on the SKO Radio Network, we are going to start the U.S. national euchre team.
I'm in,
and we are going to take on all comers. Here's the only problem here.
I'm not going to lie.
Here's the only problem here. Okay, we'll start the national team. We will travel all around the globe. We will take all comers. We will not play in the Dominican Republic, though.
No,
we have to draw the line somewhere. Our life insurance policies will not allow us to do that.
I'll tell you what.
If your wife or significant other, of your life insurance policies, do not go to the Dominican.
Honey, I planned a vacation and I upped our life insurance. Hope you don't mind.
Yeah, because that happened.
You know we're in a sad world when it's safer to go to Haiti now than it is to go to the Dominican Republic.
When it's safer to go to Haiti than any. Yeah, that's exactly right. Absolutely.
I mean,
a little tease on the show tomorrow.
Yep.
The Dominican Republic, unfortunately, is where David Ortiz was shot and almost killed.
Yeah.
I have some really interesting takes on that. I really do. I think you were being fed a line of bullshit about what's going on.
I heard something out of the news that's being reported out of the Dominican, and I'm like, what? Wait, no. That's the best you have to offer on an excuse? Really?
Yeah, that's the same thing I heard.
I'm like, no, come on, just own up to it, and and thankfully it wasn't as bad as it could have been, but just the bullshit excuse you gave, that just no. We'll talk about it more tomorrow.
Here's the example I would use.
Yeah.
Dress Dylan and I up in similar clothes. Okay, put us both in a black T-shirt and jeans.
Right.
And then you're told, go kill this person, and you show them a picture of Dylan, and you say, you know what? Well, that guy
standing
over there, they were in the same color clothes, so I shot him instead. And see if that holds water.
He's bigger. He's an easier target. I can't shoot the thin guy because he's it might go through him and just graze a bone or something.
And so I have shenanigans on that. And we have a great show.
Do you think
I don't want to run over your guys' show, so I certainly won't do that. But I will say, let me do one more thing, though.
Hit us up.
My friend, Adam Scott, Canandaigua Academy graduate, promoted to the Akron Rubber Ducks today.
Today,
And
outstanding.
He'll be on the show tomorrow, so we're very excited about that.
That's going to be some fun. Look forward to it.
Hey, he is 6'2", he is 220, he's left-handed, he can throw some fastballs. So Indians, you guys got a great one, and he is from the great state of New York, the great city of Canandaigua. So we're excited about that.
Yeah, I read that in the rundown, and I'm like, I hope that he says that like 5 times before I have to say it once, because I'm not going to be able to pronounce that right at all, ever.
Well, and hopefully we have a different audience, but I want to share this story because I think it's going to be very funny, if not embarrassing, for Mr. Scott. So when we were kids in Canandaigua, they taught us to spell Canandaigua using Mickey Mouse. So I'm going to just embarrass myself to all people.
Hi, boys and girls.
Canandaigua. So I'm going to ask Adam if he learned it the Mickey Mouse way.
If that
And
gets
if he didn't, he now has an easy way to embarrass all of his teammates forever. Because just tape that mother sucker and put it on Facebook Live anytime.
I got what you got, mother ducker. Huh.
If that song gets stuck in my head tonight, I'm just.
We keep our language pretty clean on Cinder Block. So I'm trying to watch my language.
Well, that's that's then, and this is now. Well, thank you very much. Look forward to Cinderblock Sports tomorrow morning, 9 to noon, right here on the SKO Radio Network. Thank you very much, John. Talk to you again soon.
You guys are great show tonight. Just wanted to call in and say hi.
Outstanding. Thank you very much. That was John. I tell you what, I've actually enjoyed working with him. I mean, it's.
Well,
really,
you're gonna say that because he's listening.
No. I mean, quite honestly, from day one when he asked me, when I said, hey, do you need somebody to run your board for you until you get your feet wet, until you figure it out? And the way he runs his show, the way he's got everything mapped out, the way it's really, it's pop
A+
to the point, A+ all the way. And I was like, you know what?
I knew that from the first time I heard him.
I want to do this. I want to do this more often. He said, well, he told me that I love the way you run the show. It's very tight. It's very put together. You keep producing my show, and we're gonna make this huge. So I'm very honored and very happy to be a part of Cinderblock. As far as the sports stuff, you're gonna have to give me time because, like Tony, I was like following a grand total of like 2 sports. So now I have to be a football fan again. And now I have to learn to watch basketball games and try to appreciate them and things like that. So
Basketball's hard, man. Basketball is really hard.
Basketball's really more drama than it is.
It's hard. I mean, it's hard to care about at this point in my, when I already get invested in 16 games a year for the NFL, 12 games a year plus for Ohio State,
right?
162 games a year for the Indians.
Right.
Like I'm at my threshold, man.
Yep.
Can't do it anymore, and I don't know. And the Cavs just aren't fun to watch.
Right.
I mean, basketball's not fun for me. I don't know.
I try to watch college basketball, but usually right at the January mark. That's when it gets interesting.
right before the tournament.
Right as they start to get into conference play.
Yeah.
That's when it gets good. When you have when you have Toledo playing against Georgetown, you're like, okay, this is going to be Georgetown's basically practicing. And Toledo's basically like, hey, look, we're playing Georgetown. Yay, us. So throw away. When there's like 20,000 different tournaments in
like 2 weeks.
November and December, that I zone out for that because it really doesn't matter much other than, hey, look, somebody hasn't lost yet. Yay, us.
Yeah.
So
till they get to conference play.
Right. That's where it gets interesting. And we talked about the Big Ten, how we brought in Rutgers and we brought in Maryland, and they're awful at football. And you look for that Rutgers or Maryland on your schedule, and see, oh, hey, look, we have
There's two more wins.
Exactly. We could start our second string and still win.
Yeah.
But what was interesting is we brought him in for basketball, and Michigan and Michigan State still kind of ran over the conference.
Yeah.
With Ohio State not far behind them. It was a 3-horse race. It was Michigan State, Ohio State, and Purdue. There were your big four right there in the Big Ten.
Yeah, Indiana used to be good in the Bob Knight days, but now.
Oh, the Bob Knight days were 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Bob Knight is comedy at this point. I have to keep looking over here because John called in earlier, and when we went to break, I looked over. I'm like, fuck, I missed a call.
Right.
Because we get into conversations here. That's what I love about the show. We get into conversations here, and I get invested, and I love having these conversations. I'm like, oh, I am running a radio show here. We got people calling.
I get
invested. We get people leaving messages. Joe Roman is listening from Florida. What's up?
Welcome, Joe.
Hey, Joe.
Joe.
Went to high school with him.
Hey, Joe.
I shared it on my page.
Where are you going with that gun in your hand?
His last name's Roman. We used to call him Roman Burger, and now he's like, I'm in Florida. I can't get a damn Roman Burger. They don't have Mr. Heroes down here.
Someone mentioned, when did I mention it? Was that that was 2 weeks ago? No, maybe it was last week. I can't remember, but we had talked about how Katz Deli in Lower Manhattan ships.
They do?
They do. You could get their meat, you could get bagels, you get latkes shipped. That's expensive.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a premium because it's Katz Deli. But
so you want to talk about premium? The new grocery store that they have up in U by Avon and over in Stowe?
Meyer?
Yeah, Meyer. Went in there. I went this morning about 6 this morning, I figure, because it's going to be good and slow. Because last time I was there was their grand opening, and it was a zoo.
Right.
So you went for the grand opening, so that's kind of your fault.
Yeah, kind of my fault. But my favorite gal from the country station was up there, and I wanted to go flirt with her. So anywho,
glad that worked out for you.
Yeah. So I go up there, and I'm wandering around, and there's actually, so I go by the deli case.
Right.
Pastrami's $12 a pound.
Yeah. Pastrami is $12 a pound just about anywhere. You can go to Market District and get pastrami for $12 a pound.
Okay.
Pastrami's a premium.
Pastrami's not cheap.
Pastrami, roast beef, and corned beef are your premiums right there. You want
corned
cheap
beef
meat?
Was $11.95 a pound.
You want cheap meat? You go with the whites. You go with the chickens and the turkeys and the hams.
Well, obviously I can't do the hams.
And the M&Ms.
And the M&Ms.
And the Machine Gun Kellys. The white meats.
The white meats. I'm like, he's going to let us in on a joke.
We are at the bottom of the fifth. Went over the head for a minute.
It did, but I caught it on the rebound. Bottom of the fifth, and we're losing 5-2 to Detroit.
10 hits.
This is what I said on Cinderblock a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about the Indians. What I've noticed in years, other than this year, the big thing is that they run roughshod over the AL Central teams. They could beat the Tigers. They could beat the Royals. They could beat Chicago. They can run these teams into the ground.
Go.
And
Naquin.
So that's like a 1-run home run. Yay, it's only 5-3.
Oh,
stand up and cheer on your broken ankle, you moron. But it was the teams in every other division that they couldn't beat. They couldn't handle New York or Boston.
And it seems like it's the opposite this year.
It's the opposite this year. It is absolutely the opposite.
They can't beat an AL Central team to save their life. They're beating everybody else.
Well, they can't beat Detroit. They can't beat Minnesota.
Yeah.
Chicago, we're about 50-50 on right now. In Kansas City, we're rolling over. Everyone's rolling over Kansas City.
But they're beating New York. They're beating Boston. They're beating Houston.
Boston has fallen off this year.
They have fallen off hard.
That surprised
after
me.
After winning the World Series last year, you'd think that
you would throw your cup on the ground.
Yeah, it's that championship hangover, man. It gets everyone.
Here's a little trivia for both of you. What is the last team to win a back-to-back World Series?
Yankees.
It's his Braves.
No. Yankees.
Yankees.
Prior to that, there was one other one. The one I was thinking of, but you're right, because Yankees did a three-peat.
Prior to that, I think you have to go back to your Braves. Don't you?
No.
Or Boston? No, not Boston. They didn't win back-to-back.
Who just won the NBA championship?
Oh, Toronto?
Blue Jays.
Fuck out. I forgot about that.
91, Minnesota beat the Braves. 92, I don't remember who the Blue Jays beat. And 93, the Blue Jays beat the Braves. 94, no World Series strike shirt. Yep.
I played that last week when Toronto won.
Yeah.
And I let that play out for a little bit. I even started mouthing the words as John's like, "You're a little too Canadian right now." And I'm like, just a little bit.
You got a little too involved there.
Just a little too involved there.
Hey, but, Toronto Raptors had a ton of fans in Cleveland.
Oh, sure they did. But so yeah, that was that was. It's funny how the news cycle goes because the St. Louis Blues won the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, which I was so happy to see. 24
hours. We were playing Gloria all night long in my house. I'm just like, oh.
Or Brannigan?
Yep. And then
now,
turn around.
What's the connection?
The way the story goes on that is that it just happened to be playing in the arena one night.
Okay.
And this was the first night that their goaltender Bennington had been brought up from the minors.
Okay.
And the following night, he starts, and he quote unquote pitches a shutout.
Yeah.
Gets a clean sheet. And from that point on, he's like, that song has to play every time I'm in goal. So now it became their goal song. So every time St. Louis scored at home,
Gloria.
It would start with the entire crowd screaming out, "Play Gloria."
Yeah.
And then they would play Gloria. So it was just kind of one of those superstition things that, pro athletes get behind and never let go of. So
because it's almost funny when you said Laura Brannigan, because she had 2 or 3 hits in the 80s. Gloria by far being her biggest one.
Yep.
And her sister was a DJ on a top 40 station that was in Akron. And I remember all through my junior high school through 7th and 8th grade, I think it was 8 to 9 or 9 to 10 o'clock or 8 to 10 or something. They did, the station used to do dedications. And this gal that I had like the biggest crush on in the world in junior high, I remember back in the days of making a mixtape?
Oh yeah, we were talking about that.
I would kind of know that, when I would call in and dedicate a song, I had like 2 or 3 cassette tapes full of dedication. So beginning of like 9th grade year, I'd give them to the girl I had a crush on.
Yep.
And that way she could listen to them, loop through. So she wasn't listening to the radio at the time, she knew.
And when he stopped making mixtapes, he started collecting restraining orders. Shit. That's how that worked out for you. Yeah, no, the other Laura Brannigan song that I remember most, I don't even think it was, it even charted, but it was one of my favorites called Ti Amo.
Yeah, I don't think it ever charted.
It's one of those that kind of sticks with you. And, and you listen to his music as much as I do, you have like little tidbits here and there. But that's how Gloria started. Then 24 hours later, Toronto wins the NBA championship. And what happens? Nobody's talking about the Stanley Cup anymore. That's gone.
Yeah.
And the news cycle is the NBA championship. Mostly because, first of all, Toronto.
The Warriors lost.
The Warriors lost.
Yeah.
Toronto won. A Canadian team won the basketball. Woohoo.
Yeah.
Woohoo. And then
they can't even win their own Stanley Cup.
Within like 3 days was the Anthony Davis trade.
Yeah.
And that was the news cycle.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting here like, St. Louis.
I just want to talk about one thing.
Yeah, it kind of bounced around. And then we had the draft. I still love, and we talked about this before, the Los Angeles Lakers ended up with the 4th pick in the NBA draft. They traded that away when they traded Anthony Davis to when they traded that away when they got Anthony Davis. So that 4th pick went to the Pelicans. The Pelicans turned around and traded that pick to the Atlanta Hawks. The Atlanta Hawks chose a guy who came out wearing a Los Angeles Lakers hat. I loved it. I'm like,
yeah,
turn on ESPN, kid. It's not who you got picked by.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the problem is he was it was their pick in the draft, but then technically he's still gonna be a Laker until
everything's finalized.
Until everything's finalized.
That's true.
That's the way I got to explain it to me.
Here's the fun part. If you've seen the movie Draft Day,
nope,
it doesn't happen like that. But it's fun to think that it does, but it doesn't. Not even a little bit. But that's actually one of my favorite movies. Just kind of like play in the background and numb out too. Especially when you consider, hey, look, Cleveland's doing like amazing things in the draft. But
Cleveland did okay things in the draft.
Again, here's a movie that shows Cleveland. What may seem like, hey, we really foobarred this. But watch, we're going to come back and do something else. We're going to take another break here. When we come back, I have no idea what we're going to talk about. But we're going to find more stuff to talk about because, hey, this is the Seinfeld show. This is a show about nothing. We're going to play a few more shows for you here. We've got more about Passengers. We may talk a little bit more about that movie. You are listening to Aaron, Tony, and Dylan here on the SKO Radio Network. This is Some Kind of Radio Show. We will be right back.
Boldly go where no professional athlete has gone before. Because let's face it, who's going to carry all that money for them? Baseball, football, basketball. Nothing is off limits to Tony. Sports Truck comes to you live every Wednesday night from 7 to 10 p.m. exclusively on the SKO Radio Network.
Join us on Sunday mornings from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. for the Oldies But Goodies Show with Bob Fritz. Bob will take your requests from the SKO Radio Live Requests Facebook page. From there, you can request any 2 songs from the 50s, 60s, or 70s, from doo-wop to disco to classic rock, as long as it's within those years. So saunter on up to the SKO Jukebox, make your picks, and enjoy 3 hours of your favorites. That's Oldies But Goodies, Sunday mornings at 11 a.m. here on the SKO Radio Network. Welcome to the new music, the new attitude, and the new era of the SKO Radio Network.
Hello? Anybody?
Hello.
Hi. Are you passenger or crew?
Passenger. Jim Preston.
Aurora Lane. Do you know what's going on? Nobody else from my row woke up.
Same for me.
The crew's supposed to wake up a month before we do, but I haven't seen anybody.
The crew is still asleep.
Are you saying nobody's awake?
Just me.
Just you?
It's just us.
But somebody's got to land the ship in a few weeks.
We will arrive in approximately 89 years.
89 years?
The other passengers aren't late waking up. We were early.
How can there be no way to put someone back into hibernation? What if a pod breaks down?
No hibernation pod has malfunctioned in thousands of interstellar flights.
Well, I'm awake.
Hibernation pods are fail-safe.
Good morning. Have you eaten?
No, I'm starving. And this is the dumbest mission.
Happy to help.
Gold class breakfast. Well, you're a man of simple tastes.
I'm not a gold class passenger. French breakfast puff's above my pay grade.
What? This whole time? What can I get you?
No, I'm fine.
Stop it.
Really? Okay.
Here you go. So I was thinking, maybe there's another way to go to sleep. What about the infirmary?
I checked it out. It's just scanners and an autodock.
There could be another hibernation machine in the cargo hold.
I had that thought too. And then I read the manifest. It's mostly farming stuff, machines and trade goods, replacement parts for computers and engineering. We're not going to find a hibernation facility in a box.
We could build our own.
We can't.
Jim, you're not even trying.
I have tried everything. For over a year, I tried everything.
Well, I'm not ready to give up. New file. My voyage. I boarded the Avalon with an idea, a destination. Both now out of reach. I've been awake for 7 days. Awake far too soon. And I may well spend the rest of my life here. In a steel world 1,000 meters long. There's another passenger awake. A mechanic named Jim Preston. He seems to have accepted our fate. But I'm scared. I'm fighting to stay calm. All the other passengers will sleep for another 90 years. While I live out my life on this ship. Traveling forever. Never arriving. My only companion, a total stranger.
You're listening to some kind of radio show here on the SKO Radio Network. Call now at 234-200-5110. Again, that's 234-200-5110. Now here's Earl McCune and the Crazy Crew. And once again, I am not Earl McCune. Sorry to disappoint. Ladies and gentlemen, it is I, the moist voice, Aaron, the voice Kaback, here with Dylan, Thompson, and Tony, the Comedy Killer. I try to, one thing, people don't understand this about me, and I have to explain it all the time. I can't explain why this is the thing for me. I cannot type when people are talking to me. It is a complete...
Can't type?
I cannot type. Like I'm sitting at my keyboard typing something or doing something, and someone will talk to you. And this has been a problem for me because I do phone work.
Right.
I have to sit here and I have to make notes when there's a lull or there's a silence or something, because it's like you sit here and you start talking to me, and the fun part is I work primarily with folks from England and Ireland who love to chat, love to make idle conversation. I'm like, oh God. Please stop talking. Just shut up for 30 seconds so I can make some notes. So a lot of times I just, kind of keep the notes in my head or make, like abbreviated notes and then go back. I spend more time typing off the phone than I do on it. I'm like, here, I'm just going to do the troubleshooting and then I'm going to remember what I did. And then, make the notes there. Because for the life of me, I can't talk I can't type when people are talking to me. So I'm sitting here announcing Dylan, and I'm looking at 3 different things on the screen here, and I'm like, Dylan's last name, Thompson. Yeah, that's it. So, David, why are you bringing up Arby's? Oh, we were talking about meat. Okay. I scrolled down a little bit further. Yes. We were talking about
meat. We have them.
We have the meat.
Do we?
Well,
do we now?
We are 2 out of the 3 Jonas brothers. And then there's
Billy Jonas. There's Billy Jonas, the
Billy
fourth.
The bonus Jonas.
The bonus Jonas.
So there you go. We were, over the break, you and I were talking about, you went to go see Rocket Man.
I did.
And we had talked, the last time that I had hosted this show, you and I talked about the soundtrack.
Yes.
And we had differing opinions on the soundtrack.
Yes.
You have gone to see the movie. I am going to wait till it's on digital, but you wanted to, you had some things to say about the movie.
I hated the soundtrack when it came out because it wasn't Elton.
Right.
And then I went and saw the movie.
Okay.
Now, Granted, I paid 10 cents to go see the movie, so
Radio
I'm not going to not go see the movie. Yeah,
right.
Perks are working in radio. No, I'm kidding. I had a
Radio perk.
I had a gift card.
Okay.
And it was good.
Yep.
It definitely seemed like it was out of the mind of Elton.
Right.
Bohemian Rhapsody blew it out of the water.
Right.
Yeah.
But it definitely reminded me of like a Glee episode,
Mm-hmm.
but in a good way. So worth seeing.
Good.
Worth seeing.
So now it kind of ties into the soundtrack makes sense to you.
Yes. I'm not as frustrated by it.
Mm-hmm.
And Taryn did a really good job.
Okay.
So
I said I want to see it, and then the other one I want to see is the one about the Beatles.
yeah, I want to see that yesterday.
That is a fun. That
is a great
movie.
idea.
I love that.
What's that one called?
Yesterday.
Yesterday.
It is a great idea, and I read that they spent $10 million just to get the licensing to have the songs in the movie.
Yeah.
Right.
Plus, use the name for.
Yeah.
But yeah, great
Now-
idea. I mean, it almost. I mean, you could almost do the same kind of, and we were talking a little. I was joking about it before I left. That I want to play Billy Joel in the biopic.
Yeah.
Right.
But in all seriousness, I think that you could do something kind of like that with a bit. You could structure a movie based off of Billy Joel's music.
Right.
I mean, you've got Captain Jack, who's getting everybody high.
Mhm.
Brenda and Eddie, the popular steadies.
Mm-hmm.
You've got Anthony, who works at the grocery store, and Sergeant O'Leary, he works the beat. You've got all these characters, though. Billy the Kid. You can combine them into something,
Right.
and you can almost make a musical base. And I know they've got the Moving Out musical,
Mm-hmm.
which hasn't been adapted into a movie, but you could write a good story based around
Mm-hmm.
the songs, and call it Piano Man.
Right.
Base it around the Piano Man.
Yep. It's kind of the whole
Just
thing.
an idea.
It's kind of when we talked 2 weeks ago. You weren't here, but pretend.
I'll pretend. Yeah, I remember this. I was here.
Yeah. The movie Love Actually is kind of that
I was
concept
here
where
I was here for Love Actually.
you were here for Love Actually.
He said me because
Okay.
I wasn't here.
Okay.
Where there was 8 or 9 different storylines that all kind of culminated and tied together in some intricate way
At the Italian restaurant.
At the Italian restaurant, exactly.
Yep.
Perfect, because the song ties back into the Italian restaurant where Billy Joel's meeting the woman.
Right.
Got it. All right, we got it.
We got it.
We got
So
it.
the movie that we're doing tonight is Passengers, and I was making mention that you get a feel that it kind of it has a hint of Tom Hanks's Castaway, where as we played some of the sound clips, we're playing them kind of in order here, where Chris Pratt's there I go, Chris Pratt, Christopher Pratt's character Jim wakes up on a ship where he's all alone. There's nobody there. Everybody else is sleeping. They're going to be asleep for 90 years, So he's kind of stowed, he's cast away on this boat, on the spaceship, and he's got nobody, nothing to do. So he makes the most of it. He upgrades his living quarters. He
Fucks a volleyball.
We get to see a few dance-offs, so there's that. The clip that we played here before was him making the decision to wake somebody else up because he's really lonely. Tied game, outstanding. The long ball is paying off.
This one was manufactured.
Just a manufactured run. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it's nice.
And so it's really a great human interest story. And you're going to hear in a later sound clip where someone mentions that
the drowning man will always take someone down with him. It's like I'm in this dire situation all by myself, but I have an opportunity to not go down alone. And that's a very kind of a philosophical look at it, where it's like, I have an opportunity to at least enjoy my death, as opposed to just kind of withering away into nothingness and dying. Absolutely. We never finished off our discussion of the restaurants.
Yep.
And Dylan, you made a very valid point with these articles that will go on and sum total the number of violations that a place will have over a given time. And that's what I think that's exactly what the paper is doing. They're kind of glorifying that, hey, not only did you have, because what happens is you have a bad inspection, you're going to get re-inspected pretty quick because they want to see how well you've managed to turn around, turn these things around. Usually you don't get inspected that often.
No.
So when you see
twice a year if you pass.
Right. Twice a year if it's a good inspection. So when you see 2 inspections in the same month, especially when it's like, okay, well, I've had, 11 violations and 9 of them were critical. They're coming back later that month.
They're coming back probably in a week.
Yeah. So, you're going to have a higher grand total when you have more inspections because there's a larger sample group.
And remember, too, that health inspections don't just cover food.
Mm-hmm.
A critical violation is that the lighting in the kitchen isn't bright enough.
Mm-hmm.
That's a critical violation. Or your bathrooms. These are critical violations, too.
I think one that I saw was that the back door was propped open.
Yep.
That's a critical violation. So, and what you want to do is you want to see, okay, as you were pointing out for one place in particular, where they started out with like, say, 13 violations, and then the next inspection they had, 5, and then they were down to 3. And there you see a trend of like, okay, well, thank you for pointing these out. You're seeing that, a restaurant owner or restaurant manager or whomever is responsible for that is coachable, is teachable, is someone that is open to criticism and say, okay, thank you very much.
So instead of saying, hey, you improved by 10, hey, you had 21 violations.
Right. So, when you go and look at a restaurant, you kind of want to look at, how well they maintain things and, how well they respond to that kind of adversity and how well they bounce back from that.
Yeah, like I was saying before the break, my favorite diner that I used to like to go to that had been in Lisbon for years, Steel Trolley Diner.
Okay.
Loved going to the place. I've had great food, nothing but great service.
Right.
You look up on Google, and the reviews were either fabulous or horrible.
Right.
And some people walked in there expected it to look like a Hyde Park Grill, a high-end. You're walking into a diner.
Right.
I expect to see some of the booze. If they had a tear in them, they might have fixed them with duct tape.
Right.
Whoop-de-doo.
Yep.
You're walking into a diner, and if they still want it to be in the steel trolley, the historic steel trolley like it was, certain things you just had to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
I see people cleaning, okay. Some of the things they got written up for. Their utensils they were using had wooden handles. Apparently a big no-no. Health department wrote them up because of how they were using duct tape to fix a tear on a booth.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So they got written up for all these things, and they just had, okay, well, they fix these, and then they fix these, well, they found this. It was just like the health department in Columbiana County was trying to shut them down.
Right.
So they closed for like a month, totally remodeled the place.
Mm-hmm.
All new utensils. You could tell everything had been cleaned. Business was just booming again. And but finally, it's just the cost of what they did was too much. They wound up closing permanently.
Right. They couldn't come back from that hole.
They just couldn't come back from that hole.
Right.
Because there was some of the loyal people that just said, okay, well, if the health department shut them down, then what was I going and spending all my money on?
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's just like, and I just gave them another chance. I had a friend of mine who went down there. They were like, the food was friggin' fantastic. But I walked in there and it's just, okay, it wasn't like clean or spotless or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sitting there thinking, I've run restaurants that, walk yourself into a fast food restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
You don't constantly seeing people constantly clean during the middle of dinner rush.
No.
And I've never been in there to see that place really slow. I mean, they've only got like 12 booths, and then they got like another 20 seats at the counter.
Right.
There's not a lot of seating in this place.
Right.
So for them, 50 people in their place is packed. So, okay, I've seen them in their slow time. They could be in there cleaning, but, okay, they're probably just got done with a rush.
Mm-hmm.
And this place is open 24/7. They used to maintain hours, and then all of a sudden the demand was such, they're right on US 30.
Right.
So, they've got enough traffic to where Lincoln Way, when it comes wraps around through and everything and goes to Route 11 into PA and West Virginia, they've had enough traffic.
For folks listening on stream or listening on Facebook Live, you are not alone in that. I have no idea the streets that Tony's talking about either, but enjoy the story nonetheless. He's talking about Lincoln Way and Route 30, and
I got lost halfway through.
I'm still
tuned
in the
out.
diner, so we're good.
But
I tuned out. I'm playing mahjong.
But yeah, I mean, well, say they're right. They're like 5 minutes off of Route 11, which is a freeway that runs from Ashtabula County.
That goes to Youngstown. That one I know.
Yeah,
I know that one.
That's
Good
basically
job.
what 11 is, and then 30 eventually joins it.
Uh-huh.
And swings into West Virginia, then to Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
So they're right off of, so they get a ton of traffic even that gets off the freeway to come there. So being on a main road and having the reputation they've had, they had a ton of business, and it was just like, so they had reason to stay open all night.
Right.
And I had been there in 3-4 in the morning, craving, hey, let's try 45 minutes to this diner and chit chat on the way out, get some grub and come back.
Right.
And I mean, I at 3-4 in the morning, I was still getting a death-defying burger. I'm sorry.
So,
but yeah, so
I'm sure they're sitting there motherfucking you at 3 or 4 in the morning too for getting that.
Yeah, they're out there getting ready to make breakfast, and then all of a sudden, here,
burger.
I want a death-defying burger and order mud fries at 4 in the morning.
Well, that's speaking of drunk food. You have not yet heard the new character I've created, have you?
No, I have not.
Okay. I'm going to tell you about Goldie's restaurant here in just a moment.
Okay.
That's my version of your diner here. So I was with Earl on one of the shows, and I was told to ask you about your nose hairs.
Mine?
Yes. Did you recently get them waxed?
I quit. I'm done with radio. Wasn't recently. It was not recently. It's been about a year.
It was before puberty had ended.
It's been about a year.
Okay, so been about a year.
Been about a year. Allergies are real bad.
Right.
Free night of beer and pulled pork and mac and cheese, and at a place where a couple of people I know go and get their hair cut.
Right.
And they do pedicures, they do haircuts, they do eyebrow waxing, they do nose hair waxing, they do massages and stuff like that. So, all right, I got my nose hairs waxed.
What I did was I'm listening to this story as Earl's telling it, and I'm still flabbergasted.
I'm sure he's like,
and I'm sure it's a complete
making it way worse. He's exaggerating everything, though.
Here's where it took a much better turn. Because he's sitting here talking about, the process and everything else. And I'm sitting here going,
he wasn't there. Don't let him tell you.
Okay, there you go. He wasn't there. And I'm sitting here, I'm listening to this. I'm thinking there's got to be a caveat here. Why would somebody go to do this? Where's the end game here?
It was free.
Here's where I got off the train and said, okay, I'm having fun. They serve alcohol. Bingo. I created Drunk Dylan. Because Drunk Dylan would come up with an idea like, hey, let's get our nose hairs waxed. And the next time that you and Earl are in the same room, I have to do Drunk Dylan. He's told me I have to do Drunk Dylan for you.
I want to hear
when
it
he's here
tonight.
You want to hear it tonight?
I want to hear it we will do out of the blue. I want you to hit me with it.
Out of the blue, I will hit you, and I'll hit you with it in another segment. We got a few more minutes. You were talking about your steel car diner.
Yeah.
In the middle of 7 different roads that nobody's ever heard of, except you, because you drive a lot. In Strongsville.
Okay.
Which is apparently hoity-toity Cleveland.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, because no one's ever been to Beechwood ever.
No.
Or Pepper Pike.
Never.
There's
unless you read Hebrew.
Unless you're Hebrew, right? Exactly. I have to go to the other side of town for good deli. There's a restaurant called Goldie's Deli. Okay, not a deli per se, but it's just most places call themselves deli and cafe, and it's just a really nice restaurant. I discovered this place on a whim because I drive up and down Pearl Road to get back and forth to Brunswick from wherever I'm going, and I kind of saw it off to the side. What actually attracted me is I saw there were posters that they occasionally have an Elvis night. They have an Elvis impersonator come in and does Elvis stuff, and
that's
it's usually
fantastic.
It's usually a packed house. They sell tickets and they sell a shit ton of food. I personally don't go, but I'm kind of partial.
I would go.
I'm partial to the original, and of course
I would go.
He's still working at a 7-Eleven in Kalamazoo.
Yeah,
when he decides to come back, that's fine. Or if you go with the Men in Black theory, he just went home. But there was they had a really small, very comfortable setup. Kind of quaint, kind of cozy, and it was on the east side of Pearl Road. The one that faces more towards, you go past the mall, you're heading towards, you're heading into
Cleveland towards
Lorain County.
Yeah,
you're going out away from town. There was a fire.
Still on Pearl Road.
This is still on Pearl Road.
Okay.
There was a fire that did significant water damage to the restaurant, but it was originated above the tattoo parlor next door. A heating element, a heater, a HVAC unit blew, and the entire roof went up. Okay, so every business on that side of that shopping plaza had to close. Fast forward a few months, they got tired of waiting. Owners, landlords, blah blah blah. Lots of politics, so on and so forth. They decided to move across the street on Pearl, across the street to a brand new shopping center, a little bit bigger, more seating. Still the same great food.
Yeah.
This is one, like I said, when I saw that database, hey, you can look up your own thing. I looked them up second. The first one I wanted to look up was the place that I went to that I absolutely hated, because I wanted to be able to say, oh, you suck on a lot of different levels.
Yeah.
1 inspection, 11 violations, 9 critical. That's why you're not good. I looked them up, and they had... and this was actually, unfortunately, I didn't tally it up, because when I started looking at the, you can click and look at each violation. I'm like, oh, this is over multiple. This is over 2 of them in the last year. And so there were a total of 7.
Yeah, minimal.
And that was like over 2 inspections. So yeah, they're clean. They're friendly. The food is really good. I haven't been back since I've been on this diet. It's very, very hard for me to go out to eat.
Yeah.
But I still try to get to the places that I know are worth it. Even if it's like, look, I love your food. I love your ambiance. I really want to support this business. About the only thing I can eat off your menu is a side of bacon. So give me 3. Side of bacon and a big ass cup of coffee. So, because I think I went in there once, and they were really cool about it. I said, I want to get the corned beef. They have a corned beef omelet. I want to get a corned beef omelet. No home fries, no potatoes, no bread, just the omelet. And it's like, well, they come with it. I'm like, then I explained to them why. It's like, oh, well, is there anything I could substitute with it? I'm like,
more corned beef hash,
bacon. Oh, they actually don't. Do they? I don't even know if they do a corned beef hash. Because I think they don't. Because if they did, I would have tried it by now.
Because I had went somewhere for breakfast and they had a corned beef hash and eggs type of thing, which was good for me because that's what I got. And I was just like, and I asked them, I'm like, okay, can I get an extra side of corned beef hash?
Right.
Because I can buy the stuff in the can at home, which is really good as long as it's heated up. Surprisingly.
Right.
What is it? Armor, I think is the brand or something.
Hormel.
Yep. Corned beef hash is great for being out of a can.
that was oh my god, that was my drug of choice. Here's the problem. Corned beef hash is literally hashed corned beef and potatoes.
Yeah.
One of the things I have to cut out. So it's like, let me get corned beef hash without the potatoes. Here's your corned beef.
Yeah.
Right. A little bit of diced onions. I found out recently, My wife was today years old when she found out, and I found out about 3 weeks ago, that onions are also kind of a no-no. They're also I don't know how, but they're also pretty high in carbs.
Yeah.
So there goes another thing that I really love to eat that I'm like, okay, well, there's my cheat day. I've planned my cheat day. My cheat day is actually going to be the day that I go with my dad to the Mud Hens game for his 75th birthday.
Yep. You'll have your hot dog.
I will have a hot dog. I will eat it on a bun, and I will have a fat stack of pancakes for breakfast.
Might as well.
I'm going to blow it up. And I have already lost 20 pounds in a month. So I know I'm on the right course. I will probably gain it all back in one day. just on the hot dogs and pancakes alone.
See, for me, if I'd be at the Mud Hens game, it wouldn't be so much. I wouldn't worry about the hot dogs because it's been years since I've been there. You know where I'm going if I'm in Toledo.
Pacos?
Absolutely.
Yep.
And then, I'd go to the ball game. I go to a ball game, I typically don't eat while I'm there. Mm-hmm. I drink a couple of beers.
We're going to talk about Tony Pacos and why I don't go there at all in just a moment here. We're going to go to a break. I turn the mic off. Yeah, that's me. We're going to go to a break right now. We're going to play some more from Passengers, starring Chris Pratt and Jennifer Lawrence. Ooh, Jennifer Lawrence, she's so tasty.
Crispy Rat.
This is Aaron, Dylan, and Mike. Mike.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yikes.
That's my middle name.
Tony.
Mike, you're
listening to
looking a little rough.
Some kind of radio show here on the SKL Radio Network. I'm going to go dunk my head in the toilet because I'm already screwing things up.
You feel like Mike would do that if he was here.
He would dunk my head in the toilet for me.
At the SKO Radio Network have two causes that we hold close to our hearts. They are to help out children and the eradication of cancer. That's why, over Labor Day weekend this year, we will be holding a radiothon to support kids crushing cancer. Starting on Friday, August 30th at 8 p.m., Earl McCune, Dylan Thompson, Mike Hay, and Aaron Kaback will walk into the Debbie McCune Broadcast Center, the SKO Radio Network, and attempt to stay on the air for a full 72 hours in a row. Here's where you come in. If you're a business owner, contact us at 234-706-5857 or office at skoradio.com for hourly pledging opportunities. Once again, that number is 234-706-5857, and the email is office@skoradio.com. If you'd like to donate on a personal level, simply go to skoradio.com and click the donate button on the main page to find out more. Please help us to support this very worthy cause, because no child should have to face cancer alone. Welcome to the new music, the new attitude, and the new era of the SKO Radio Network.
Why did you do it?
Do what?
Immigrate. Leave Earth. I'm interviewing you.
You're what?
You were the first hibernation failure in the history of space travel. That makes you a story.
What are you gonna tell?
Posterity. So, why did you give up your life on Earth? 120 years space hibernation means you'll never see your family or friends again. You'll wake up in a new century on a new planet. It's the ultimate geographical suicide.
Well, I could ask you the same thing.
But it's my interview. Were you running away from something?
No. Everything was okay.
So?
I guess I just wanted a new world. I don't know, a fresh start.
That's Homestead Company advertising.
Is it?
Jim.
I know. I guess you're right. Back on Earth, when something breaks, you don't fix it, you replace it. In the colonies, they have problems to solve. They're my kind of problems. And a mechanic is somebody. It's a new world still being built. I could build a house and live in it. Open country. Room to grow.
Now you're back to slogans.
Can't slogans be true?
Do you know how much Homestead Company made off its first planet? $8 quadrillion. That's 8 million billions. Colony planets are the biggest business going. Did you pay full price for your ticket?
No, I'm in a desirable trade.
So they fill your head with dreams, discount your ticket, and you fly off to populate their planet and give Homestead 20% of everything that you make for the rest of your life, not to mention the debt you run up on this fancy starship.
So all you see here is 5,000 suckers?
I see zeros on the Homestead Company's bottom line.
I see 5,000 men and women changing their lives. 5,000 different reasons. You don't know these people.
I'm a journalist. I know people.
Wow.
You clean up pretty good yourself. You went shopping.
I went shoplifting.
Evening. What can I get for you?
I'll have Manhattan, please.
Whiskey rocks.
Coming up. You two look fine this evening.
Thank you, Arthur. We're on a date.
Very nice.
Took you long enough to ask.
I was giving you space.
Oh, space. The one thing I do not need more of.
Merci beaucoup.
That was so good.
It wasn't easy getting a reservation.
They're probably going to want us to give up our table.
Mm-hmm.
Getting a lot of dirty looks.
Very popular tonight. So how's your book coming?
I don't really know what it is yet. My dad used to always write about his life, but he had stories. He sailed around Antarctica. He was a war reporter. He had lovers. He wrote about his daughter.
He wrote about you?
Yeah. I grew up reading about myself in his books.
How was that?
Not always easy. A little more than you wanted to know about yourself. And then when I was 17, he had a heart attack. Right at his keypad. End of story.
They drink for the birthday girl.
Aren't you going to ask for my ID? I might not be old enough to drink.
Oh, I would never ask your age in front of a gentleman.
Jim's no gentleman. Anyway, there's no secrets between me and Jim.
Is that so?
You heard the lady. I will be right back.
This is the perfect birthday drink, thank you.
I remember this day a year ago. Jim was so looking forward to meeting you.
What? How could he be looking forward to it?
Oh, he spent months deciding whether to wake you up. He couldn't stop talking about you.
Jim woke me up?
Oh, yes. He said it was the hardest decision of his life. But I see it worked out just fine.
What?
Did you wake me up?
Yes, I woke you up.
How? How could you do it?
I tried not to.
Look at me saying it. I can't see.
Aurora, please.
Stay away from me.
You're listening to Some Kind of Radio Show here on the SKO Radio Network. Call now at 234
You should call now.
200-5110. Again, that's 234-200-5110. Now here's Earl McCune and the Crazy Crew.
And as we come back, my phone starts making
I
noise.
was like getting ready to Answer.
Yeah, no, that's
Ready to
actually
answer the question.
That's actually a timer.
Ah.
It reminded me I have to do something. I am ridiculously invested in this fun little game that just takes up way too much of my time. But it's a time killer, and I've gone in through it for a while now. I think I've been playing for maybe 9 months now, and it's a lot of fun for me, at least. For those of you who have time to kill and are looking for stuff to do, the game is called Torn. It's torn.com. Check it out.
Torn, okay.
Torn, T-O-R-N. It's a text-based RPG. A lot of fun. You really kind of take your time progressing through the game. So if you like games that kind of give you, it's not an instant gratification type thing where it's like, hey, I just, killed somebody. Yay, me. Check it out. It's worth it. I would mention that, hey, I get extra stuff if you mention that I referred you, but I'm doing fine. So go on your own, enjoy it. I'm going to, I'll answer that one later. I don't care. We are back. We were talking about restaurants, and you mentioned when you go to Toledo.
Yeah.
Which, thank you, by the way. The city of Toledo does appreciate your tourism and your support.
The Glass City. Why do they call it the Glass City anyway?
2 major glass manufacturing companies have their world headquarters there.
Okay. Pyrex?
Libby Owens.
I know Libby.
And Owens, Illinois.
Okay.
Which, yes, they are different companies. Go figure. So that's why they're called the Glass City.
Okay.
For the life of me, I am pretty sure that none of their manufacturing is actually there, just their world headquarters. The big building with the slot cut out of it in the top,
yeah,
that's the OI building. That's the Owens, Illinois building.
Okay.
It's called Owens, Illinois, and it's headquartered in Toledo. Don't ask. We don't. That's like when I was a kid. I've had Toledo pride since I lived there when I was 5 years old. People, when I would go on vacation, I'd have cousins and their friends ask me, it's like, oh, you live in Toledo? What's a mud hen? No one. No, not even the mayor, whose last name I can't pronounce because if you're from Toledo, it's Polish. It's got a lot of consonants right next to each other that make a sound. No one knows what a mud hen is. Anyone at all. I just tell people it's a dirty chicken. That's a bad one. But you mentioned Tony Pacco's. I have been to Tony Pacco's in my lifetime a total of twice.
That's it, being in Toledo?
And here's the reason, okay? It is not a dining experience. It is not like, it honestly isn't the best hot dog in Toledo.
No.
Okay? Oddly enough, if you want the best hot dog in Toledo, there's, oh my God, the greasiest spoon on the planet. It's a chain. There's like 7 of them throughout the Northwest Ohio area. It's called Rudy's.
Okay.
They are, you talk about a health code violation on wheels. They are dirty as the back of a whore. Oh my God. But just an amazing hot dog. Pacco's, over the years, has really kind of become the touristy thing.
Yeah.
Oh, you're passing through Toledo? Let's go to Pacco's.
They have all the fake buns that people have signed.
Those are actual buns.
Yeah.
That have, over time, just basically, there's something in the bun. I think they dip the buns in something that preserves them so they don't rot out. But those are actual buns.
Yep.
They were at one time bread, and now they're just
hard.
log.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, they do have signed buns. But yeah, it's like one of the few touristy things. I've lived in Northeast Ohio. I've actually lived in Northeast Ohio longer than I've lived in Toledo. I've been to the Rock Hall 7 times. 5 of those as an intern, so I got in for free.
Yeah, I've been there once.
So it's like, okay, this is great. I don't need to. Yeah, I've been to Slyman's 4 times.
Never been there.
30th and not Superior, St. Clair. It is the closest thing you're going to get to New York Deli.
Yep, that's what I hear. The corned beef sandwich is about yay thick.
If you order a corned beef sandwich, you have lunch and you have dinner. When I worked for, the cable conglomeration, which at the time was owned by, which like 3 companies ago, I worked downtown 30th and Lakeside. Slyman's was within walking distance. So when we were working on like a Saturday or a Friday, Especially when my shift started at noon and it went till 10 p.m., I would go ahead of time and I'd get a Slyman sandwich, a Smurf.
Yeah.
Because they had stupid names for everything. And that I would sit here and I would pick at the corned beef, and it was like it would last me all day. But yeah, Paco's is really more of a touristy thing. There are more better dining experiences. If you are into Southwestern Mexican food, I would recommend Loma Linda's on Airport Highway. It's probably the most authentic Mexican that you're going to find in Northwest Ohio, because it's Ohio and
not Texas.
Not Texas. Mancy's or Oak and Bucket. I have not. I would love to. I'm not even certain if the Oak and Bucket is still open. I think it is, but they were like those two were like the premier steakhouse places.
Okay.
Mancy's was a really hoity-toity type restaurant. Oak and Bucket was kind of like Mancy's Junior. It was nice, but just a little bit cheaper. My dad had taken us to Oak and Bucket a handful of times, and I'd always relished in the fact that this was not McDonald's. This was nice. This was fine dining. This was the water's $12.50.
Well, that would be like growing up, and I mean I grew up in the same city Dylan did. A few years before him, we would go to the mall when.
I'm sorry about that, Dylan.
It's okay.
He'd
therapy going well?
No.
We would grow up. We go to Chapel Hill. We'd go to the mall,
which was like a half hour away. Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Yeah, and because that was the closest mall by distance. I could make
Streetsboro is a half hour away from everything,
pretty much,
except for Geauga Lake. We were
Yeah.
like 5 minutes away from Geauga Lake.
Yeah, but we get we go out to Chapel Hill. We'd always go to eat,
Mm-hmm.
and it was always like, okay, well, there used to be a place called Poppin' Fresh Pies.
Right.
I don't know if you had them. I mean, they were a chain of them out here, and then they changed their name to Baker Square, but it was still the same kind of restaurant. You go in and get a decent meal. The big feature was getting a piece of pie afterwards for dessert.
Mm-hmm.
And but I knew, okay, it was a good night. Well, Mom wants to go to the Brown Derby instead of going to Baker Square.
Mm-hmm.
Because then I could go there and get my fake drink. They used to have this little Derby grog for the kids. It was non-alcoholic, but it tastes, it made you feel like you're drinking a cocktail.
Right.
And then I could get,
They wonder
a
why
steak
we're
or something.
alcoholics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Grew up in an Italian family, and I always have a glass of wine with every dinner on Sunday from like 6 years old on. Why do you think I don't drink wine now?
Grow up in a Jewish household, and you think that Manischewitz is the epitome of wine. Let me share an email with you. This is funny. You think
You got to remember, I've drank Manischewitz, and
this is.
I've had worse.
I can't explain this enough.
Okay.
Hello. Last week you started signing up for a live 365 station, but never went on the air. We want to know what we can do to get you broadcasting today. Radio is our passion, and we're here to support you getting your station on the air. Once you complete your sign up, you'll be broadcasting in minutes. Let us know what we can do to make that happen. While we were here on a break, I wrote back to them, and I simply said, we've been streaming since day one, and the pop-up player is working wonderfully. Thank you, Aaron Kaback, Program Director. This is what I got back. That's wonderful news. Apologies for the confusing email. So, I'm sorry about your bots. I just wanted to share that because it was fun.
It's like our communication at work. The left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing.
That sounded like I don't even know what that. What the hell are you doing over there? Wow, I never want to have sex with you ever. If that's what comes out of you when that happens. Wow, that's heart-wrenching right there. So I did jump on you there in regards to. I wanted to interrupt and read that email. You were talking about your
You're talking about your wiener.
You were talking. Yeah, your petrified wiener. There you go.
I was talking about. I lost my train of thought there for a second.
That'll happen
when you read the email.
You went like 10 steps off of Chapel Hill. So
okay. Yeah, you knew it was a good night. Like when you said, you were going to those places, and it was definitely not McDonald's.
Right.
So, because it's like, the place I miss around here we used to have, and there was one in Streetsboro, was Big Boy.
Yes.
I think there's one up by the airport now or something, but that's about the only one that's left in the area.
There are a plethora of big word. Look it up. There are, or are you talking to your game?
No, I'm talking about Ramirez, who just beat out a throw to the first.
Oh, okay. So you're talking to the other game.
Yeah, that's a good hustle, man.
Thank you. I've been working on it. No, where was now I'm gone. Plethora. Oh, Big Boy restaurants.
Yeah.
In Northwest Ohio.
Okay, so out here they're all gone.
There's one in Parma on Brook Park and Ridge.
That's what I heard.
Not Ridge. Brook Park and 130th. I'm sorry. I take it back. Brook Park and 130th. That's the one that is would be west of Tiedemann.
Yeah, west of Tiedemann.
That is the only one that I know of.
Because their hot fudge cake is to die for.
You know where has really good chocolate cake?
Who?
Farmer Boy.
I've never eaten at a Farmer Boy.
Never eaten at
Farmer Boy. There's two of them, right?
Yes.
Because there's
one in North Hill, and there's one in Springfield Township.
Springfield Township.
Mm-hmm.
Their chocolate cake is the best chocolate cake I have ever. I'm leaving right now, and I'm going to get.
Because the place that I missed, it used to be right by Farmer Boy, used to be called Egg Castle, that we had out here, and they had incredible breakfast. But the problem was, they're gone. Now, of course, we still got the posts and our He-Man breakfast.
Yeah, the lamp post is good.
Yeah.
I haven't been out there in forever either. But
hell, I don't think we've been out. Did you go with me? You didn't go with me and Earl the night that we went out there, did you?
No. It's been
a couple years.
Yeah, it's been a couple years at least since before we were here.
Yeah.
Now, when I first started working out here in the Akron area, everybody had tried to convince me, because I'm big on breakfast. Breakfast is kind of the thing for me. Everybody's got their, Earl's got his burgers and his beer.
Mm-hmm.
Dylan, I don't know what the hell you
got
eat.
My men.
You got your your men. And Tony just has his energy drinks. But I'm big on breakfast. And everybody kept telling me, you've got to go to the Blue Door.
Never heard of it.
And really?
Never heard of it.
So
must not be that good.
Apparently not. I was working in Fairlawn at the mall, at Summit Mall. I guess it's somewhere. I've never been there. I never bothered to check it out. I did, however. What are you showing me here? You're
That's the He-Man.
All right, I'm seeing 2 pancakes, sausage biscuits and gravy. What is that? 2 eggs? It looks like 2 eggs, maybe 3. 4. That's not 4 eggs.
4 eggs.
I've made 4 eggs. Toast, biscuits, syrup. There's some bacon in there, some hash browns in there. That would be like a typical breakfast for me before I went on my diet.
Yeah.
That would be, and then I'd be like, okay, can I have some, extra bacon to go? That's. I used to love big.
Yeah,
breakfast.
this was toast, bacon, sausage, 2 pancakes, 2 sausage biscuits with 2 biscuits with sausage gravy, 4 eggs. Yeah, double order of hash brown. So it's like they bring it out to you on a big 16-inch pizza plate.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's what I call a breakfast.
The breakfast pizza.
And I could probably kill 2 of those.
Yeah. I like I said, that would be something that I would have, I would have even eaten the sausage biscuits and gravy, and I'm not a big sausage gravy person. It just, I've changed diapers, so that's why I don't eat guacamole. Guacamole has the texture and coloring of something that came out of the back of a baby.
See, I like biscuits and gravy. I don't like guacamole. There's one.
That is going to get caught. No, it just made it over the fence. I mean, just made it over the fence. That was Kipnis. Wow, he
tried to throw it back home. He tried to
throw him out. Why? That was a home. Really?
He tried to throw him out.
Okay, so here's
tried to throw him out.
Let me get the listeners up to speed here. Jason Kipnis hits a home run. Now, how do we know this is a home run? It bounced off the top of the wall. Okay, If you bounce off the top of the wall, yeah, it's a home run.
And the center fielder tried to throw him out, and the catcher tried to field it.
It bounced off the top of the wall and bounced back into the field of play. But
Jesus, he's going to challenge it.
The manager's going to challenge it. No. So,
he told him no, he's not challenging it. It was a home run decisively.
Right. Yeah, there's no challenge to it. That bounced off the top of the wall, that went out of the park. It's a home run. But we're going to field it because we're the Tigers, and we drink the Flint water. Yeah. So we're watching the replay now. Here it is again. Again, as I mentioned, it bounces off the top of the center field wall, right at the yellow part, and hits the cement awning in front.
It hit the guy. It hit the guy.
It hit the guy?
I think it bounced off the guy. The guy.
No. It took a bouncer right off the rubber there, and took that big old Kansas City bounce back into the field.
And this guy fielded.
And this guy's fielding it like it's
that
not
dude
a home
knew.
run. The pitcher knew.
The pitcher knew.
He's trying to play it off. He's like, "Oh wait, I thought that was a home run. It is a home run. I don't know what the hell I'm doing running around."
Kip knew.
Yeah. And that's why I said
everyone except for the center fielder and the catcher knew.
Well, the catcher was like, "Hey,
there's a ball coming my way.
Maybe there's a rule I didn't know about.
If you throw him out before he gets home, he's out."
What movie was that? There was a movie, Angels in the Outfield,
where
the kid
they're reviewing it.
Where the kid threw the ball back to the catcher. The catcher tagged out the runner, and they called him out. Now, of course, that's the movies, and it doesn't happen.
Right.
Why is this under review?
Oh my God, they're reviewing it.
They want to make sure it actually hit the top of the wall.
It did. It did though, but
yeah,
it doesn't bounce up.
Well, yeah, it
doesn't bounce up.
Right. If it bounced back like that, it bounced
it
up and
bounced
back.
Up and it would have bounced down if it hit below.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh. Welcome to Cleveland sports. Stupid shit happens.
Yeah.
Folks, we're going to take our next break here because we've been late on the last few breaks. We're going to take this one just a bit early. You're listening to Some Kind of Radio Show with Aaron, Dylan, and Tony. I got the names right this time. I get to stay alive for another 30 minutes. We got some more from Passengers with Chris Pratt and Jennifer Lawrence. We got some more sports. We got some more restaurant talk. We got some more show. Stick around. It's going to be a blast. We will be right back.
Being a small business owner can be the challenge of a lifetime. To worry about every little aspect of growing your business is no easy task. Paramount to these is reaching and growing your customer base. That's where we here at the SKO Radio Network can help. With an ever-broadening local, national, and international audience, we can come up with an advertising plan that's right for you and your reach. Easy and affordable rates are available. You can bring your own ad, or we can produce your ad for you right here in-house. Give us a call at 234-706-5857. That number again is 234-706-5857. Or drop us a line at office@skoradio.com. SKO Radio Advertising. The only thing easier is listening. Welcome to the new music, the new attitude, and the new era of the SKO Radio Network.
Aurora, I know nothing I can say will make this okay. But please listen. I was so alone. For so long. Felt like I was disappearing. The night I first saw you, I was ready to... You saved my life. And I know that's no excuse for what I did. I read everything you wrote. And I fell in love with your voice and with the way your mind works. I fell in love with you. And all of a sudden, it was like I wasn't trapped anymore. My pointless life suddenly had meaning. And I wish I could take it back. But I can't. Aurora, I don't want to lose you.
I don't care! I don't care what you want! I don't care why you woke me up! You took my life!
This is Deck Chief Gus Mancuso. Who the hell planted a tree on my ship?
Who did that?
I did.
Who are you?
Jim Preston.
Aurora Lane.
Anybody else awake?
Just me and him.
How far along are we?
88 years to go.
Hibernation failure. Said that couldn't happen. 3 people. 3 pod failures.
You have no idea how long I've been trying to get in there.
Now that you're in, don't touch anything.
This is where you work?
No, this is flight crew. I'm a deck chief. Ops, navigation, comm.
Unauthorized personnel.
Sorry.
If I'm reading this right, we're still on course. So whatever's wrong with the ship, NAVCOM is still on the job.
There's something wrong with the ship?
3 pod failures, yeah. There's something wrong. The question is what? That's strange. I should be getting diagnostics from all over the ship right here, but there's no data. Gotta check all the systems manually.
Can't we turn the ship around, go back to Earth?
Oh, we're doing 50% of light speed. Turning back would take just as much time as going on.
Well, there's got to be something we can do.
Sorry, going where we're going. You okay? Hibernation hangover. Get it all the time. Ain't you supposed to be making the rounds?
I'm finished.
Check your pod. Problem's very simple. The clock chip's burnt out. It ain't supposed to happen, but pretty simple. My pod's more complicated. Bunch of system failures that all happen at the same time. Whole damn thing went haywire. Explains why I'm feeling so bad. But Aurora's pod. You did this.
Yeah.
All this time I'm thinking you're one lucky son of a bitch to get stuck with Aurora. It wasn't luck, was it?
No.
She knows.
She knows.
How long were you alone?
A year.
Still. Damn.
Data received. Data received. Data received.
Same as Jim's.
Interpolating data.
System shutdowns. Everywhere, but no apparent connection.
You saw the hibernation pods?
I saw.
Data received.
So you know what Jim did?
Yeah.
And?
It's not my...
He woke me up. He took away my life.
I know, and I'm sorry, but there's work I
It's murder.
You're right, Aurora. But the drowning man will always try and drag somebody down with him. It ain't right. But the man's drowning.
You're listening to Some Kind of Radio Show here on the SKO Radio Network. Call now at 234-200-5110. Again, that's 234-200-5110. Now here's Earl McCune and the Crazy Crew.
This is Earl McCune, and you're listening to some kind of radio show, and I don't have any balls. I reckon I don't have any balls. I reckon I give them to Lori, and she played craps with them, and got snake eyes, and now I just have to come home with no balls. So that's what we're doing in Vegas.
Yeah.
That's I'm waiting for him to call.
Thanks for calling in, Earl.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for him to call now.
Yes. What's 7 o'clock out there?
Pretty much. Yeah, it's Pacific time in because they don't change. One.
Yeah, Vegas don't change.
Here we come to challenge.
In winter, they're mountain and. No, you didn't tag him,
and you're crowding the plate. So, thanks for coming.
I think they did away with that rule where you're not allowed to crowd the plate anymore.
No, you're not.
So that's why he's safe. We're back. We are still watching the Indians and the Tigers. That home run ball that we were all arguing about, you should have watched this on Facebook Live because it was actually funny. I actually posted a screen cap of us arguing with the TV because they overturned that. And they said it was actually not a home run ball, but because everybody slowed down because they thought it was a home run ball, they gave Kipnis a triple. Just kind of handed it to him because he was at third base by the time the ball was fielded back to home plate. And this is just one. This game is nothing but questionable calls left and right. So that's fun.
Yeah.
So if you're watching and you're watching Facebook Live, you're listening to us and tuning into any kind of sports,
we're pretty much simulcasting the Indians game, so that's good.
A little bit of that. I actually did not get a chance to do my dad jokes last week because we kind of abbreviated the show, and so I'm going to jump in to my dad jokes page here. I have to get this. Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to get into my dad jokes here as soon as I can find them. Oh, I'm on the wrong Twitter page. I have two Twitters, so I have to get on the other one. I'm giving you a play-by-play of how I'm logging. There we go. There's dad jokes. So I'm going to give you the extended version of dad jokes because it's going to be 2 weeks worth. Here we go. I just found a wallet outside. I don't even know. That's like I said. A lot of these came. I just found a wallet outside the shop with $60 in it. Wasn't sure if I should keep it. Then as I went to walk away with it, I thought, what would Jesus do? I turned around, went to the shop, turned it into wine. I live in Pripyat, and I just finished watching Chernobyl. I counted 17 inaccuracies on my right hand alone. My wife asked me, is it just me, or is the cat getting fat? Apparently, no, it's just you was not the right answer. Where does an angry sailor go? Anchor management. I was diagnosed as colorblind yesterday. It came completely out of the purple. Like I think I got a snort out of Dylan there. Or was he just snoring? I'm not sure.
No, that was a good one.
My girlfriend left me once. I'm sorry. My girlfriend left me once. I stopped taking her to seafood restaurants. Turns out she was only after me for my muscles. I like this. This one was my favorite. I sat next to a baby on a 10-hour flight. I didn't think it was possible for someone to scream for 10 hours straight. Even the baby was impressed that I pulled it off. I can't believe I got arrested for impersonating a politician. I was just sitting around doing nothing. Welcome back, everybody. It's apparently not a good way to start a speech if you're the best man at your mate's second wedding.
Ooh.
See a lot of familiar faces here tonight. Yeah, that's another way.
Yeah.
I keep having this dream about a horse in full battle armor. It's probably more of a nightmare.
And name my horse Mayo.
Hmm?
Name my horse Mayo.
Hmm.
Mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise.
Yeah.
You'll appreciate this one, Comedy Killer. I just got back from Dubai where I was offered 40 camels for my wife. I usually only smoke Marlboros, but hey, a deal's a deal. One thing I posted earlier is like, I asked my wife, I said, hey, what would you do if I won the lottery? She said to me, she said, I would take half and leave you. She said, oh, well, I just won $12. Here's $6.
Get the hell out.
Keep in touch.
Yeah. Well, that one that you said of the, about your buddy's second wedding.
Yeah.
Don't feel bad. My sister got married the last time.
Yeah.
My toast, I'm all drunk as shit on vodka and tonics tonight. Here, Gina, third time's the charm.
Oh.
She wasn't thrilled then, but we laugh about it now.
Yeah, we laugh about it now.
15 years later.
Working out is like a drug to me. I don't do drugs. My girlfriend gave me a list of things she'd like to do for her 32nd birthday. I told her, no way we can do all that in 30 seconds. What happened when 30 got hungry? 38. No, not in your wheelhouse there? Okay, that one didn't make the cut. I've dedicated my whole life to finding a cure for insomnia. I won't rest until I find it. You have got to have seen this movie. Siri kept calling me Shirley today. I was really starting to get annoyed and really angry, and then I realized why. My phone was in airplane mode. No. I like it if I can get Dylan to laugh. I can get Dylan to laugh through his mahjong game.
You're getting me a couple.
A couple of them.
You got a couple.
I recently bought a new toilet brush. Long story short, I'm going back to paper. 3 years ago, my doctor told me I was going deaf. I haven't heard from him since. What type of doctor works after hours? An oncologist. Mm-hmm. I didn't even like that one. Some of these I'm reading for the first time, so bear with me. My old dad really wanted to make paper airplanes with him. Eventually, I folded. Humans are born with 4 kidneys. When they grow up, 2 of them become adult knees. No. Dylan gave that one a thumbs down. My girlfriend poked me in the eyes, so I stopped seeing her for a while. I can't believe I got fired from the calendar factory. All I did was take a couple days off.
No.
In laughter, the L comes first.
Everything
the rest
else.
of the rest of the letters come after it.
Yeah.
You have to read that like it's said because Octor? No. My boss told me to have a good day. So I went home. Earl.
Yeah.
I reckon you should go home and have a better day. I reckon. Yeah, I reckon. That's just Earl. That's Earl from now on. It's just simply Earl. I've got a Dylan voice. I've got an Earl voice. 2 for 2. I'm still gonna hit you with that drunk Dylan before the end of this.
Excited.
Don't be. Not My pregnant wife asked me if I was worried about the temperature. If I was worried the temperature would be too hot for the baby inside her. I said, nope. It's probably womb temperature.
98.6.
You know what you call twins before they're born? Womb mates. It's funnier in my head. When I found out my toaster wasn't waterproof, I was shocked. I broke my finger today, but on the other hand, I'm fine. My wife is a bodybuilder. She's pregnant.
It's good. Very good.
Dylan, I believe you will appreciate this one. I just broke 2 of my dad's old Queen records. Now I want to break 3. I want to break 3.
I got one for you. Hung Chow calls his boss and says, "Boss, I no feel good today. I no come in." Boss says, "Well, you know, Hung Chow, when I don't feel good, when I'm feeling pretty bad, I go home, make mad passionate love to my wife. Then I feel great, and I'm ready to come in, put in a full day of work." Hung Chow hangs up, calls his boss back 2 hours later, says, "Boss, you right. By the way, you got a nice house."
I had a sense he was going over to fuck his wife.
Yeah.
My wife asked me why Carrie in the house. I said, "Case of intruders." I laughed. She laughed. Toaster laughed. I shot the toaster.
You posted that once, didn't you? That's not
Maybe.
the first time I heard that.
Maybe.
Yeah. I went to a psychic. I knocked on her front door. She yelled, "Who is it?" So I left.
Didn't see that one coming.
Not at all.
Remember when Sylvia Brown, the world famous psychic, died? She suddenly passed away. Boy, I'm surprised she didn't see that one coming.
What the one at the Psychic Network woman who had to file for bankruptcy?
Yeah.
Really? Yeah. You're apparently not that good at it. I got fired from the sperm bank yesterday. Apparently, you're not allowed to nudge the nearest coworker and say, "Get a load of this guy," every time someone walks in. Dylan?
Sorry, I'm watching someone bunt for a double.
You're not into the sperm jokes, huh?
I'm watching someone bunt for a double.
Bunt for a double?
We heard about
that sounds a little pornographic there. Hey,
They had the third baseman playing.
hey, Dylan, would you bunt for a double?
We're watching
my.
they had the third baseman playing right of second base.
Okay. Where was the shortstop's on the other side of second base?
Yeah,
Crowded the second
they're
baseman.
all
The shift.
Yeah, they shifted so far right.
Right.
That the entire left field's open. The pitcher's like running into shallow left field to chase this bunt.
Good job.
Yeah.
The Marlins are just so bad.
Yeah, there's talk of them getting rid of the shift.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
I mean,
I was kidnapped by a gang of mimes. They threatened to do unspeakable things.
You heard about the blonde that got fired from the M&M factory, didn't you? She's throwing away all the W's.
Oh, damn it. Those damn blondes. I'm an optimistic pessimist. I am absolutely positive things will go wrong. I need a password that's 8 characters long. So I picked Snow White and the 7 Dwarves. After 20 years working on it, I finally finished my physics book. It was about time. Relatively. And that actually takes me to where I left off last time I did these. But there was one in here. There was one I had seen that wasn't in here. The calendar one reminded me of it. I got fired from the keyboard factory. I took too many shifts off. Took too many days off from the calendar factory. Took too much Yeah. Some of them are I actually have an app that plays them. If I open the app, then we'll never do anything other than stupid dad jokes because it goes on and on and on. I started looking at some of these. I'm like, holy crap, they go on forever. So, okay. I'm sitting here thinking, did we miss a break? No, we did not. Okay. You get into these, you get into a rhythm here, and you're like, oh, that was fun, and then wow. So, time is on my side.
I bought a book about anti-gravity. I just can't put it down.
Okay, can't put it down. Yep. Where did our last conversation lead off to? Oh. So get this.
Okay.
All right. Hang on. Okay, wait. Dude. Wait. Why don't we?
Is this drunk me?
Don't wait. Shh.
Is this drunk me?
Shh. Wait a minute. Why don't we go over there and we get our nose hairs waxed? So, yeah, a lot of table thumping going on there. So, I got to
I
imagine
feel like that would
sounds
be like me high though. Less laughing.
less laughing.
Less laughing.
You're more of an angry drunk.
No, I'm just like.
How do you guys? I was a blackout drunk. I mean, I would drink to the point where it's like, what did I do last night? I have no idea. I've been told I was the laughing drunk. I've been told I was the angry drunk, depending on where I was or who I was with. When the scant few times I did weed.
Yeah.
Never.
Everything was fucking funny.
Never.
Okay.
You never did it.
No, I didn't inhale. I did the Bill Clinton style.
Yeah.
Hey, it's legal in California as long as you don't inhale. In prisons. There's a run scored.
Yeah, I can't imagine you were in Michigan that whole time and didn't bring back a bag of weed.
I was busy.
You were busy. You're busy putting out fires.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. That's how the fire got started. He left a roach on the ground. From there. Anyway.
I'm just kind of like a mellow
drunk. So I have to fine tune.
Either that or I
have to fine tune ways to do.
Either that or I get like super huh.
Super what?
Huh. Like
yeah, because you were mellow at the Windsor. Was it a year ago? Because we didn't go this year. We went a year ago, wasn't it? Yeah, your 21st.
Yeah, he fell.
But here's the fun part. The first time I actually met Dylan in person, he was
probably drunk.
He was obliterated.
Yeah.
And it was I think it was the night that the Cavs had lost a basketball series and they were out of the playoffs.
Oh my God. I know what night that was. I was puking my guts out.
And I'm sitting here and after I got done with, because I was sitting in on some kind of radio show, I was learning the boards because I had to learn to do what I was going to do here.
Yes.
And I mentioned to Earl afterwards, I'm like, is he always like that? But
yeah, pretty much.
That drunk, that was a friendly drunk. That was like, if he grabs my dick,
I'm not gonna be upset.
I'm gonna know it's that kind of work environment. Yeah. And
I'm not gonna be upset.
I could show up without wearing pants. Yeah.
if he grabs my dick, I think it'll be okay.
I think it'll be. I think I will have actually like joined. I've been initiated as part of the staff.
Yeah.
If Dylan gets wasted and grabs my schmack.
I don't know if they lost, but I was because I forget.
They did because
did they?
You came in and you were very friendly drunk, but the first thing out of your mouth was "Fuck the goddamn Cavs." Fuck LeBron James. I fucking hate him.
Yeah.
Kind of like an almost,
still hate LeBron.
And it was almost an angry tears.
LeBron James! It's all his fault. It's his fault.
Live recording from.
Yeah, that was actually Dylan. The first time I met him, that's exactly what he said to me right there. It was LeBron James. It's all his damn fault.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was the last time I drank Fireball.
That was the Fireball drunk.
Yeah, that was the last time I drank Fireball.
I honestly thought cinnamon was just the kind of cologne you wore.
Nope.
That was Fireball drunk.
That was the last time I drank Fireball, and I have not drank it since.
The fun part is
because of that.
Because of that.
Because of that. No.
Yeah, because like everybody that I know is depending what they drink is how their mood is.
Mm-hmm.
Like for myself, a typical night for me is beer and whiskey.
Right.
If I go out and I don't have to drive, I don't have to do nothing, it'd be beer and Jack Daniels. Other nights I'm out, a vodka and tonic drunk is just kind of like
Jack Daniels makes me angry.
No,
Oh, what a nice catch.
What makes me angry when I drink it's mezcal.
Right.
Because it's even worse than tequila. I can handle drinking tequila an entire night. I don't get all pissy.
Right.
But the two nights I stayed on mezcal, especially the one night I finished the bottle and the little friend that sits on the bottom of the bottle.
Tasty. You got your protein.
Got my protein.
Got your protein.
Because you can't find a tequila. Bars don't serve tequila with the worm in it.
No.
The only way is if you buy mezcal, it has the worm in it.
Right.
So, and somebody schooled me this year because I always thought Cuervo made 1800. Cuervo doesn't make 1800. It's a different company. I always, for some reason, thought it was Cuervo made it as 1800, but they do not. Because
it's on the tip of my tongue. But
because Monty Alban makes the mezcal that you'd pretty much see at a bar.
When I drink,
yeah,
and we're swiftly coming up on 20 years. But when I did drink, I knew that beer was kind of the drink at home. If I was staying at home, just watching TV or playing video games or doing whatever, I was loading up on Molson.
Yeah,
and that was
Molson
Canadian.
Yeah, it's got to be Canadian. I don't like regular Molson.
Molson Ice was my drug of choice. Molson Ice was the one that was on my way down. Okay. I had I had at that point I had dismissed pretty much every American beer, and I'm like, this is what I'm going to be drinking.
If you're going to drink anything Canadian, either Molson Canadian or Labatt Blue.
It really didn't make a difference to me because I drank enough to the point where it's like, okay, now I'm going to throw up.
Okay.
I
drank like that.
I drank like that. Okay. When I was out, when I was at a club or was at a bar, if I was away from anywhere else, it would become a Jack and Coke night.
Okay.
And it was usually doubles.
Okay. See, I can drink Jack. I just can't mix anything with it. I don't like Jack and Coke.
I was never a whiskey sipping person.
Yeah.
And whiskey was never really a shooting drink. I never really did shots.
Oh my God, they almost screwed that up.
I think I did shots. Maybe I could count on one hand the amount of times I did shots in my life with friends, colleagues, whatever.
Yeah.
The rest of the time it was just sipping whiskey out of a Coke bottle, and those were the times where I would find out the next day everything that happened. I would remember up to a certain point, and then the fun part of going to the same bars and or clubs over and over again is they know where your tipping point is. Okay?
Yeah.
If I give you any more, you're going to black out and not remember. So here's your cutoff point. And having worked at a nightclub before, many, many years ago, I was not the argumentative drunk. I was not the one who's like, I'm fine. I'm okay. Just give me, I can handle more. Don't worry about it. When they cut you off, when they cut me off, I was like, all right, time to go to another bar.
Yeah.
Where they don't know how many I've had yet. So I never argued being cut off because, I knew
better safe than sorry.
I've had to cut people off before.
Yeah.
I was like, you've had enough. You're done. So I had
see, going to the college bars, in my early 20s, never really did shots.
Mm-hmm.
Would always drink, I was a beer person. Every week it was something different. And I like when I would go to the flats because of how expensive the beer was up there. I would drink, they would have the oil cans of Foster's. And I liked Foster's. And I could get an oil can for $4, whereas they're paying $3 for a 12-ounce beer.
Right.
So I would probably drink 6 oil cans while I was up there.
I had, have you ever seen Ricky Gervais do stand-up, some of his earlier ones,
Yeah.
his earlier specials? He's sitting there with a can of Foster's, and the thing looks so gigantic in his tiny little English hands. It's funny as hell. But yeah, I don't think, the only beer I remember drinking, and like I said, it's been 20 years removed almost, was Molson Ice. And, that was, like I said, I had my moments. I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to drink this when I'm out, this when I'm here. And, either way, I'm just, I'm going to drink until I don't look good anymore.
Yeah.
I don't care what you look like. I'm going to drink till I don't look good.
You're already there. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And I haven't recovered from it because I still don't look good. 20 years later, the alcoholic face is still there. So,
the people I laugh at when I go to the bars are the ones that are drinking Busch or Busch Light or Miller High Life. I sit at home and drink them because they're cheap beers.
Right.
I do not go to a bar to drink beer out of like a can, period.
Well, the thing is that, I've never really after a while, I kind of dismissed drinking beer at the bar because for that reason, it's like, I'm going to pay $9 for a beer. I could pay $9 and get 6 beers and drink them at home.
Yes.
And get fucked up a lot quicker. So thanks anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I would go out, it's like, okay, I would. And then that's when, I started going to the one bar and, okay, well, the girl behind the counter, well, if you want an import, I'll charge you a domestic price for it. I really got on a Heineken and Amstel Light.
Mm-hmm.
Love them.
There are still to this day a handful of movies that I have not seen sober. And I'm reminded of that because sometimes my wife will ask me, she's like, do you remember ever seeing this? Did you ever watch this movie? And I'll be like, not sober. And that's one of those, when I say not sober, it's like I started watching it and I started drinking and I don't remember the end. Or I don't remember bits in the middle, or I don't remember, even turning on the TV. So. Yeah, I mean, it's just. More drinking adventures and stories to come.
Break time.
We are going to take a break. We're going to play some more from the movie Passengers with Chris Pratt. Chris Pratt. We'll be practicing that for a week. And Jennifer Lawrence, you are listening to Some Kind of Radio Show here on the SKO Radio Network. You got Aaron, you've got Dylan on his mahjong, you've got Tony on his chair. We will be right back after these short messages. Enjoy the show. Stay tuned.
We here at the SKO Radio Network have 2 causes that we hold close to our hearts. They are to help out children and the eradication of cancer. That's why, over Labor Day weekend this year, we will be holding a radiothon to support kids crushing cancer. Starting on Friday, August 30th at 8 p.m., Earl McCune, Dylan Thompson, Mike Hay, and Aaron Kaback will walk into the Debbie McCune Broadcast Center, the SKO Radio Network, and attempt to stay on the air for a full 72 hours in a row. Here's where you come in. If you're a business owner, contact us at 234-706-5857 or office at skoradio.com for hourly pledging opportunities. Once again, that number is 234-706-5857, and the email is office@skoradio.com. If you'd like to donate on a personal level, simply go to skoradio.com and click the donate button on the main page to find out more. Please help us to support this very worthy cause, because no child should have to face cancer alone. Welcome to the new music, the new attitude, and the new era of the SKO Radio Network.
Main engineering.
Not a lot of things big enough to hit this ship that hard. With diagnostics out, we'll have to find it ourselves.
Where do we start?
Scan complete. Analyzing data.
What does it say is wrong with me?
It's a few things.
612 disorders found.
Get me out of here. What's prognosis?
Critical diagnoses cannot be discussed without a doctor in attendance.
Override on my authority, ID 2317. Lay it on me, Doc.
Pansystemic necrosis. Progressive organ failure. Cause unknown.
My goofy hibernation pod, that's the cause.
What's the treatment?
Various treatments are possible. None will meaningfully extend the patient's life.
How long have I got?
Your end-of-life transition is already underway. These sedatives will alleviate your suffering during these final hours.
Main engineering. Can't we wake up some of the crew?
It'll take him too long to recover. We don't have that kind of time.
What are we even looking for?
Something broken. Something big.
Come on.
Is it broken?
Seems okay. What's next?
Power plant. This way.
Come on. Whole section's closed off. Something's wrong.
We're looking for Rome. Try to open it. Warning. Pressure fault. Lockdown initiated. Please secure all doors. Warning. Dangerous oxygen level. Please secure all doors. Dangerous oxygen level. Please secure all doors. Pressurizing cabin unsuccessful. Pressure normalized. Oxygen level restored. End lockdown.
A hole in the ship.
More than one.
How did that even happen? The ship's supposed to be meteor-proof.
I guess one got through. It's hot.
I think we found it. Control computer restored. Venting reactor.
But we fixed it!
Reactor vent failed. Manual override required. Vent failure.
Come on!
Outer door non-responsive.
What does that mean?
When the outer door is jammed, we've got to open that door and cool the reactor down, or the whole ship is going to blow.
How?
I got to go out there. Open it from the outside. I open the door, I get clear. You blow that fire into space.
You get clear?
You can talk to me through this.
What happens to you when that door opens?
Heat shield. Might help. Might need this. It's gonna be okay. I better go.
Jim? Jim? Come back to me. I can't live on this ship without you.
You're listening to Some Kind of Radio Show here on the SKO Radio Network. Call now at 234-200-5110. Again, that's 234-200-5110. Now here's Earl McCune and the Crazy Crew.
Hi, this is Earl McCune. You're listening to the Some Kind of Radio Show.
I reckon this is some kind of radio show, and I'm calling it live from Las Vegas, where I've just lost all my money and
custody of my balls.
Shed money. I gotta get plane home.
And my shirt and my pants, and I'm kind of running down the strip here with nothing but my jockey shorts, and Lori still has my balls, so I reckon I'm not coming back anytime soon unless Dylan or Tony want to drive out and come get me. Anyway, that's taking on a life of its own. That's going to be my Earl. He's going to make me do that for when he comes back. Yeah. I reckon.
You reckon?
Welcome back to Some Kind of Radio Show. This is Aaron Voice Kaback, along with Dylan Thompson and Tony, the comedy killer. And that last scene that we listened to, I had watched this movie. I've seen this movie before, obviously. It's one of my favorites. I had watched it again a couple of times in a row over the last week and a half, just so I could get, okay, this is the soundbite I want here, this is the soundbite I want here, so on and so forth.
Look at you doing research.
I know, right?
Proud of you.
You would think I was a program director or something, or at least trying to produce a show. But that scene there that last scene that we had the soundbite with when Aurora says, Jim, come back to me. I can't live on the ship without you. It's one of those scenes where you kind of scratch your head like, okay, you just spent the last half an hour of this movie, wishing him ill, so much so that you went into his room, beat the snot out of him, and almost clubbed him with a crowbar in his bed because you found out he woke you from your hibernation pod and subjected you to the same life of solitude that he was subjected to. But now it's like, oh my God, I can't live without you now. So was that out of loneliness, or was that out of, oh my God, you're running around to save the ship. I love you again. Have my babies. So, more philosophical shit from romantic comedies. Yay, me. Apparently I can't just watch a movie.
Take it at face value.
I can't just watch a movie and they're doing fireworks because the lights went out. I can't just watch a movie and just watch it.
Everyone went home really quick.
Either that or, it's like I have to watch it after like 3 or 4 tries. Or okay, I've analyzed the shit out of it already. Now
I'll just watch it.
Now I'm just gonna watch it. I think it would probably get more out of Avengers Endgame, when it comes out on digital.
And you don't analyze the shit out of it?
I don't have to analyze the shit out of it. I just sit there and watch it. Because I knew that night I had to review it. And I had to try to find a way to review it without, giving so much away. That was like, well, I can't talk about this because, then it's spoilers, and that's a spoiler, and this is a spoiler. Right. Everybody dies at the end, so don't worry about it.
Everyone.
That's why it's the end game.
So, 1995. Toy Story came out.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, jeez. Keep going.
Do you not want to talk about this?
No, please go ahead.
It's cool. Toy Story 4 released last night.
Yeah.
Which no one knew they wanted until they announced it. I don't know if do you like Toy Story? Do you think Toy Story? I'm trying to gauge your reaction here.
I loved the Toy Story franchise. I thought it was wonderful. I loved every minute of it until they said, "Oh, we're gonna make one more." I'm like, you are really going to the well now, because the first 1, 2, and 3 were great stories. 3 tied it off. It was beautiful tie off. Mm-hmm. I will not hesitate to admit, on a recorded line, I wept like a little girl. I wept like Earl without his balls.
Absolutely.
Okay. And at that point was like, okay, that's the end of the story. It's wonderful. It's great. We're going to make another one. Fuck. That's like, hey, you know what? We're going to keep making Fast and Furious movies, Even though
Now we're going to
our-
put John Cena in it.
You know, even though our main star is dead and we're really not even using the whole cast, we're just kind of using, hey, let's see if we can make a Fast and Furious movie with just these two guys.
It went from let's race cars to nuclear bombs.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Toy Story 4.
Toy Story 4, as of 12:33 this afternoon, Eastern Time, has made $51 million
in one day.
In less than 24 hours. It is on track to make approximately $136 million this weekend.
That's a good opening weekend.
Yeah, when you consider that the first Toy Story made $335 million.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's so. I am excited for it. Toy Story was my jam growing up. I could literally quote. I probably still could if we put it on right now. As a matter of fact, I'm going to put it on. We're ending the show. I'm going to quote Toy Story line for line.
We're gonna put it up on a Facebook page. You could watch us simulcast Toy Story while now we've got our dinosaur here. We've got our Sean Wallace.
Yeah.
Now
you can play Ham too.
Here's
you can play John Ratzenberger.
Here's my $64,000 question, and you're probably going to get this wrong. Which one of us is Woody and which one of us is Buzz?
That's a good question.
That's a very good question. We're going to leave that one up there.
You're wearing a rocket, so
that makes me Buzz.
That makes you Buzz.
Okay.
But I went to a high school who were the Rockets.
Yes.
So
Okay,
I am
so-
more.
You're more. That makes you more Buzz.
I'm more Buzz.
Okay. You've.
So what's your answer?
Here's. You've had 2 Bud Lights. You're obviously more buzzed.
Yeah.
Not even a little. It's Bud Light. Pretty
okay.
much water.
Yeah, just water that tastes like
Water that tastes like beer.
raccoon piss.
Quote
We
unquote
always
beer.
wonder why.
I was going to say. Well, here's what I was going to say that I am the Woody of this crew.
I would have agreed.
I hold it together mostly because
You have to.
one of us has to. But no, I really don't know if I can actually get any enjoyment. I'm going to have to force myself to try when this movie comes on, when it shows up on my TV screen and I start watching it, because inevitably we will end up owning it. That I have to kind of shut my eyes and go, okay, just watch the movie, because it's one of those where, why are we doing this? And who needed the money that bad?
Pixar.
Yeah.
Disney with their, buying Fox and having a multi-billion-dollar movie franchise with the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Yep. Well, I always thought Toy Story 4 would have been about Andy's mom's 2 toys, Buzz and Woody.
Stacy's mom has got it going on.
That joke's pretty old.
Yeah.
Well, it is Tony.
It is timely though, because Toy Story 4 is back out.
Yeah. We think of Lion King. Are you gonna see it? Do you care?
I've already seen it. I've already seen Lion King.
Now, what about Aladdin? The live action Aladdin. with
I heard it was good. I heard it was different than the animated.
If you wanted me to see this movie, you would have wanted to show me clips of Will Smith not trying to be Robin Williams.
Yes.
Okay.
I agree.
In the previews, in the trailers and the previews that I have seen, it is way too much. I see way too much of Will Smith trying to be Robin Williams.
Which my understanding is that he didn't play it as Robin Williams.
Right.
Total. But perception is reality.
Perception is in fact reality. No, I am saving my movie going up for where is it? Star Wars coming out in December.
See,
Episode
I
9?
go, yeah. See, I went and saw Endgame, saw Detective Pikachu because Pokemon's my jam.
Right.
What else? I don't think I've gone and seen anything since between that. And Rocket
one
Man.
thing
I
that
went and
you were
saw
talking,
Rocket Man.
you were talking about the money that Toy Story was making,
Mm-hmm.
and it made me want to point out Dark Phoenix, okay, was supposed to be the quintessential X-Men movie of the McAvoy generation, okay, and from what I get, it blew dogs.
It flopped.
It was awful. It made 30 some odd million the first week and 9 million the next week. It is going to be a bust.
It flopped.
And
Worse than
I'm not understanding entirely why, but it has something to do with the fact that the ending did not tie things off.
You can't do X-Men without Hugh Jackman.
Yeah.
No.
I'm sorry. It'd be like if they took Deadpool and tried to do it without Ryan Reynolds.
Yep.
Or if they recast Iron Man. It wouldn't work. I mean, so I just don't.
See, it's like to me, I didn't think Spider-Man would continue without Tobey Maguire.
No, they were going to make it. He didn't define the role.
Yeah.
No.
He didn't define the role like Robert Downey Jr. defined
Tony
Iron
Stark,
Man.
yeah.
Yes.
And Hugh Jackman with Wolverine.
Hugh Jackman is, I mean, what? Hugh Jackman played Wolverine in 5 movies, 6 movies.
Yeah.
So
Not to mention the cameos.
Right.
He showed up in the first McAvoy X-Men.
Yeah, and
First Class. He showed up in the third one. Trying to remember if he showed up in the second one.
it just you can't have it with. But I get he's done with that. And he's on to more.
He's doing Broadway now, isn't he?
Yeah, more musical
One-man show on
roles,
Broadway. Yeah.
which is great for him.
Yeah.
But
they've rebooted Child's Play.
Yes, I saw that
with Mark Hamill as the voice of Chucky.
That should be good.
Now I hated the Child Play movies.
That should be good.
I did not hate the first one.
Did you hate them like they were? You thought they were horrible, or did you hate them like that's creepy as shit?
No, I tolerated the first one. I tolerated it like cauliflower. Okay, it had its funny moments. Like one of my favorite moments is when Chucky's just kind of sitting in the corner of the elevator, and the woman looks at him and goes, "What an ugly doll!" And as she's walking away, he goes, "Fuck you, bitch!" And it was like that was a quintessential line from Child's Play. Every subsequent Child's Play movie, like Fast and Furious, you went to the well way too many times.
Oh yeah.
So
at Chucky.
But again, Mark Hamill.
Mark Hamill is
who has made a livelihood,
an amazing villain
of being a voiceover guy.
He is
since
awesome.
I can't think of a Batman cartoon I haven't enjoyed with him as the Joker.
He is great. He did the video games too.
Yeah.
The Batman video games and killed it.
Mm-hmm. Sam Jackson is redoing Shaft.
Yep.
That's the thing. I'm looking at what's in theaters now, and I'm like, redo.
Like when they redid Dredd.
Now, I like the idea of the guy who played Judge Dredd in the reboot.
Stallone.
No, Stallone was the first one. This other guy was the second one.
I thought Stallone was in the second one.
No. The names escapes me, but at this point I don't care. But the story was awful. I sat through it. I'm like, okay, it's fun to watch you, but oh god, this movie sucks. Men in Black
went to the well one too many times.
Yeah, International
with Thor and Valkyrie.
Yeah.
Because let's not say typecasting. I like the idea of Secret Life of Pets 2.
Marie said that was a great movie.
Now, here's where I go a little bit south. I'm a little disappointed they did not bring Louis C.K. back for the voice of the main character. Now, I can understand why, because, Louis C.K. is kind of a hot button, let's try not to do that too often. But again, I mean, the Secret Life movie, I actually enjoyed it. And you can never go wrong with Kevin Hart doing voiceover.
Yeah.
When Kevin
I
Hart
agree.
does voiceover, it's wonderful. When you see him on screen, I think he tries a little too hard to overact just to get his point across. It's like, look, I'm a shorter version of Jim Carrey. Well, you're not, but
right.
Okay.
See, it was like, with the whole, now they did Men in Black 1, 2, Will Smith, Tommy Lee Jones, okay, Men in Black 3. Now they're doing International. It's the same way when they tried redoing Ghostbusters, all women. Horrible. I didn't like when they redid It. I didn't like the way the new Pennywise looked. He looked too effeminate. He didn't look scary to me like the original Pennywise did. Tim Curry Pennywise.
Yeah, no,
because Tim Curry defined that role.
Someone said, "Hey, look, it's a movie about IT."
Yeah.
So if you don't turn it off and turn it on again, they'll kill you. So there was always that.
Yeah, this red balloon.
Angry Birds 2 movie is coming out next month.
Angry Birds 2.
Now, well, hopefully they're bringing back the same cast because that's going to be another one of those where it's don't.
I didn't think
Yes,
that they
yes.
should have done it
Yes,
to start.
yes. Well, okay. It was one of those where you're taking a video game concept and turning it into a movie. That's always this.
That's hard to start.
A recipe for destruction. Rampage. But
they got Forrest Gump 25th anniversary coming out.
Well, it's just the same one.
Yeah.
Just, with 9 seconds.
Forrest Gump.
With 9 seconds. I've added an additional 9 seconds of footage that you didn't see from the original movie.
That's pretty good.
Thank you. What else we got? Oh, please someone tell Dave Bautista that we need to do something other than typecasting. Because he's in 2 new movies where he's just simply, the Drax. Well, not Drax. The buddy cop.
No.
He's doing Stuber too.
Stuber and My Spy.
Yeah, Stuber about the Uber duty rides along with the little Indian fella.
Yeah, that was that guy's nuts. He was I can't remember his name because let's face it, I'm terrible with foreign names, but he was from that law show that was on USA for a minute with Breckenmeyer and Paul Gosling. Something in Banks. I'll look it up. But
Gambit. Is that X-Men Gambit?
Gambit, that's fun. That I'm looking forward to that one.
Let's see. What we got? Avatar.
Franklin and Bash was the TV show I was thinking of.
Okay.
That was a good show.
What we got? Avatar, Rise of Skywalker, Fast and Furious 9, which Tony's gonna go to.
That'll be next year.
Spider-Man. I'm excited for Spider-Man.
I'm excited.
I love Spider-Man. He is my favorite superhero.
I actually like Tom Holland as Spider-Man.
I love
definitely. I saw an episode of the Graham Norton show where he was on with Tom Hanks, and Tom Hanks was giving this. They were talking about the tediousness of doing voice work because they were just done. He was promoting Toy Story 4,
right?
And he likened it to when young actors are learning repetition. So he got Tom Holland to talk about, I just want you to repeat this one line, coffee. Yeah, I need some coffee. And what got me is that he's doing these lines with Tom Hanks and he's being completely American about it. And they razzed him about it. He says, apparently I can no longer act British. If I'm acting, I'm doing it American.
Yeah.
But when you listen to him in interviews, he's like from Kent. Kenton. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny as hell. Gemini Man is a little bit creepy for me. I love the concept, but
I'm so interested in it because I think it's really interesting that they were able to age back Will Smith.
Right. In CGI. That's what's kind of got me going, well,
they're putting Carrie in the next Star Wars.
Carrie Fisher.
I'm to understand, and I will be able to know better off once I'm actually looking at it. But I'm to understand that they used like actual footage that they had before she passed, and they just kind of squeezed it into the movie.
I don't know.
Zombieland Double Tap.
Excited for that. I just saw Zombieland for the first time this year.
Another Maleficent.
Maleficent.
Thank you. Yeah. I talk for a living and I can't do this. Okay. Now this has had ups and downs. Terminator Dark Fate.
Sarah Connor. You're cutting everything from Terminator 3 on out and picking up at Terminator after Terminator 2.
I'm just I can get there and I get that, we're trying to, correct the sins of our fathers and everything. But Arnold and Linda, again, they are getting too old to play these roles.
Right. Rambo.
Yeah.
Rambo.
Last Blood.
No.
Let's just make certain that it is in fact Last Blood. That we're done.
Please. Yeah.
Please.
Another one who's aged out of the game.
And then how many he's been in?
Oh my God, like 9 Rocky movies,
counting the 2 Apollos, Creeds.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he did Rocky 1 through 5. Then he did Rocky Balboa, which was 6, right? Then he did Creed 1 and 2.
Yeah.
That's 8.
I think there was another Rocky in there. I think it was just. I don't know, but
yeah, I remember there's 5 Rockies. He did Rocky Balboa.
Right.
Then he's done 2 Creed, so he's done 8 so far.
Yeah,
that's going to the well one too many. I mean, the Creed movies are good. The Rocky Balboa was okay. I could have done without
another Charlie's Angels movie.
Okay,
featuring Kristen Stewart.
Kristen Stewart, isn't she? Not
the Twilight Girl.
The Twilight Girl.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's happening. Now, November 22nd. This is going to be a tough one for me. Okay. Because the rest of the world is probably going to go see Frozen 2.
Which
see and sing whatever song comes out of that ad nauseum. I am very much looking forward to A Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood.
Who's that?
The biopic of Fred Rogers.
Oh yeah.
As played by Tom Hanks.
Oh.
That is going to be epic. We'll talk more about movies and what we want to see this year coming up after the break. You are listening to Some Kind of Radio Show here on the SKO Radio Network. It's Aaron. It's Dylan. It's Tony. It's movies. It's food. It's beer. It's a radio show.
Time for bed.
It's time for bed. Good night. God bless. We'll be back in, 7 minutes. Stay tuned. Have you ever listened to the great shows that we have here on the SKO Radio Network and thought to yourself, I bet I could do that? Well, now's your chance. Whether it's a talk show like the Half-Cock Radio Show, the Zach Meyer Show, or some kind of radio show, or even a music highlight show like Throwback Thursdays or Oldies But Goodies, you now have the chance to be a part of our ever-expanding lineup. All you have to do is send a mic test in MP3 or WAV format to office@skoradio.com. That address again is office@skoradio.com. So step on up to the microphone and let's see if you have what it takes to work and have fun alongside the craziest crew on the internet here at the SKO Radio Network. Alexa, play SKO Radio Network on TuneIn.
SKO Radio Network from Aaron's TuneIn.
Sweet! If Alexa can do it, you can do it too. Just ask Alexa to play the SKO Radio Network on the TuneIn app and listen anytime, day or night. Welcome to the new music, the new attitude, and the new era of the SKO Radio Network.
Containment unstable. Where are you?
I'm at the door.
I'm ready. Just say when.
Here goes. The door won't open. I'll have to bypass it.
Temperature level rising. Jim, come on! Please, hurry!
Okay, I'm trying it again.
Tell me when you're clear.
No!
What? What's going on? Jim?
The door won't stay open. I think I have to stay here.
Hold the door open.
No! No way! Get out of there!
I can't.
Jim!
We're out of time.
Containment unstable.
Jim!
Vent the reactor.
No! You don't understand! If I open the door right now, it'll kill you!
I'm hoping not.
Come back in, we'll think of something else.
There is nothing else.
Jim!
It's okay.
No, it's not okay!
Aurora.
Warning. Temperature level exceeded.
This isn't what you said was gonna happen!
Aurora, this ship is gonna go.
I don't care! You die, I die!
There are 5,000 other people on this ship, Aurora. We have to do this.
Maximum pressure reached.
Do it. Now.
Maximum cabin pressure reached. Temperature dropping.
Jim?
Vent successful. Rebooting process initiated.
Jim, please say something.
Suit pressure dropping. Return to ship immediately.
Aurora?
It worked! You did it! You can come in!
Yeah, about that.
What's the matter? Are you hurt?
I got blown out of the tube.
What?
My tether broke. I can't get back to the ship.
I'll come out. I'll pull you in.
Warning. Oxygen level critical. Return to ship immediately.
Aurora, I'm sorry. For everything.
Shut up! I'm coming!
I wish we'd have met in 90 years. I'd have built you a house. I'd have read your book. It's gonna be great.
Tether attached.
Locate Jim Preston.
Jim Preston located.
I'm coming to get you.
You're listening to some kind of radio show here on the SKO Radio Network. Call now at 234-200-5110. Again, that's 234-200-5110. Now here's Earl McCune and the Crazy Crew.
Do you need just a promo?
Hi, Earl.
Do you need a promo or do you need an intro too?
Just a promo, I think.
I can do an intro too.
Maybe.
Okay.
We'll talk. Okay, well, we're continuing conversation off air, or from off air, on air.
It's a coded conversation, so you have no idea what we're talking about.
Yes.
Are you anywhere close to? Is this something that this is not public knowledge? Is it?
It is.
It is.
It is.
The date and everything.
It is.
Go for it.
Yes. July 2nd.
July 2nd. This is going to be cool.
6 p.m.
This is going to be cool. Check this out.
SKO Radio Network. Tune in. It's me.
What are we calling it?
I don't know.
It's me. It's me. It's DDP.
It's just gonna be. It's just gonna be me.
Tony, there
doing
comes a
music
time
and
when
stuff.
I just want to shut your damn mic off. It's gonna be you doing stuff now.
Music and stuff.
Now, I have been led to believe, from sources that will remain unnamed, that you run a really good music show.
That is the rumor.
That is the rumor going around.
That is the rumor going around.
And so, and so this is something that that we should be looking forward to. Is there a specific genre or type of music, or is this just going to be thematic, or
it's going to be what it is?
It's just going to be Dylan's going to jock the board.
Dylan's going to come in and he's going to make people want to listen to the radio.
There you go. Now this is Tuesday.
Tuesday
the 2nd of July.
6 p.m.
6 p.m. How long does it run? Till I get
tired. I'll be here till Tony gets here the next day. How about that?
There you go.
No, it'll probably be a 2.5 hour show.
He's not doing his show after July, so you're going to be here. You're going to be
I'll be here till Friday.
You're going to be The hosts might let you off.
Yeah, the hosts will come in and relieve you Thursday night.
There you go.
But
so tune in Tuesday night, July 2nd, 6 p.m. till the cows come home for the Dylan Thompson Experience.
Oh, I like that.
You like that?
The Dylan Thompson Experience.
The Dylan Thompson Experience.
The TJ Dylan Experience.
No, we don't say that shit here.
Okay. Yeah.
Wow. Anyway.
Well, when I did radio in high school, back when you still used radio names when you wouldn't use your legit legal name on radio.
Yep.
I always did Michael Anthony because my middle name's Michael, my first name's Anthony.
Right.
And of course
I did the same thing with mine. And mine was Ronnie Michaels.
Ronnie
you take
Michaels.
Aaron, you'd slap off the A's, you've got Ron. So you
Yeah.
got Ronnie. And then my middle name is Michael, so like Michaels.
Ronnie Michaels.
Right.
And see, people
that lasted for about 5 minutes.
And see, I was encouraged when I was in high school to, just in broadcasting class, if you were going to do on air, you had to come up with a name to use on air.
Yep.
And for me, mine was easy. Mine was Michael Anthony. And, it sounded great.
Until you realized that Michael Anthony was playing bass for Van Halen.
Yeah. People would ask me if I'd play bass on air, and no, I don't play guitar at all.
Yeah. And it took you a while. Because
Mine was because you don't get pop culture.
No.
Mine actually came from my last name.
Mhm.
So T. My middle initial is J.
Right.
So and then I was thinking, Dylan's a last name, Bob Dylan.
Right.
Yeah.
There you go. It works.
Right, exactly.
So, but unfortunately, I used all the good ones already. So, I've got another one kind of like.
You got the same initials as our president.
And this was
I do.
And this was back in a time when your local DJ was a celebrity in your town.
That was
you had the stations you listened to and you knew who the DJs were.
Yep, like
and
Jeff Kinsbach, man.
Right. And we didn't have
Jeff and Flash.
Yep.
We didn't have the web. We didn't have websites where you could see pictures of them. You didn't know who they were. So if someone, if I'm walking down the street and and someone says, your voice sounds awfully familiar. Who are you? Aaron Kaback. Oh, I thought you sounded, you sound a lot like Ronnie Michaels. I'm like, I get that a lot. I get that a lot. And you could go about your day being, anonymous and get away with it. Not so much anymore. And that's why I think that the stage names have gone to the wayside. People are just like, this is who I am.
Yeah.
And if you see me out in public, I appreciate the support and I appreciate, the love that you give. Just be cool about it.
Yeah.
And don't interrupt. If I'm out with my family, that's pump the brakes. As Dylan is knocking off his headphones. That was a hell of an itch there, huh? What's it? He's doing some form of Tai Chi.
Oi, 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 oi. Oi, 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 oi.
Did you give him his pills before the last break?
I tried slipping him in that Pepsi, but apparently yes.
Oh, fuck, man. You better. I need you to go out into the break room, call his shrink, 'cause we're gonna need to figure out what to do next.
Yeah, because I remember,
He is off the reservation, folks.
Because it's like I remember, growing up.
You remember growing up? I did a
don't.
lot of drugs in the 80s. I don't remember growing up.
I remember a little bit of the 70s. I was too young to do drugs back then.
I was a kid, and then I was growed.
Yep.
And we would, you'd listen. Every radio station was locally owned. There was no such thing as corporate radio.
Right, exactly.
Yep.
And you knew who was on the morning show. You knew, afternoons, nights. And the only thing that I ever remember listening to that was national was something, it's still on the air, but it's hosted by somebody different now, is something called the Open House Party.
Yep.
It was, you'd listen to it, and stations would air it on the weekends. And I remember we had the two big stations that we had are now gone, was Jamma 92 and Power 108.
Right.
And
it's the end of the world as we know it.
Yep. And
I had just first moved to Cleveland.
And when Power 108
that happened, when Power 108 became the end.
Yeah, and then it was an alternative for a while, and now it's all rap and hip hop.
Plays in hip hop.
And it's like, I just remember, listening to that, and at the end, the song, they ran a 10-minute version of Two Occasions by The Deal.
Mm-hmm.
And they would do these things called long distance nighty nights. Hi, this is Jake. I'm calling from Newark, New Jersey. I want to send a long distance nighty night to Michelle out in Denver, Colorado. And you would call, and they would just play like 10 minutes of this, and then they would eventually fade out with the song for like 3 minutes. And that was this thing I remember. And you would call, and it was just, you felt like, because that was back when there was party lines in the phones too.
Mm-hmm.
You remember you call 1-800, you'd run your folks' phone bill up to like $1,000 for the month because they charged you per minute to be on this party line.
Yep.
And
it's a precursor to 1-900 numbers.
Yep. And you'd call but it was, you felt connected to other people in other parts of the country.
Oh yeah.
Because you would hear from somebody in Kansas City, in Phoenix, in Albuquerque, and Dallas, because you're all listening to it at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't have anything like that anymore.
Yeah, we do. It's called chat rooms.
Well,
it's called Facebook.
Well, Facebook, social media, but it was easier times.
Right.
It would be like, okay, call 1-800 yada yada if you want to put in a request or something, and
Mm-hmm.
the guy would legitimately pick up. You talk to him, and hey, I want to request this song, and he'd record you on the air, and hey, I want to hear Walking on Sunshine by Katrina and the Waves. You just call and request something that was current, and that's how he played his show the entire night.
Right.
He'd do about 10 or 15 minutes to talk an hour. He'd have on like current celebrity. He might have New Kids on the Block on one weekend, and those were that was the kind of radio that that I would, because junior high I did nothing. I didn't go out there. I had no social life in junior high.
Right. I had made friends when I was when I first right before I left Toledo. I'd made friends with a lot of the folks that worked for a radio station called 93Q.
Okay.
WQMX. At that point, it was still pop music. It had reformatted to
country.
No, I think it reformatted to oldies.
Okay.
Because they went through. They actually had one of those overnight reformats where they changed the locks one day and nobody could get in, and for I think 72 hours straight, they played Louie over and over again while they reformatted. And for a while, they actually had it. They had to throw a legal ID in.
Yeah.
So they started calling it Louie 93.5. It's like, oh, the hell is this? But it actually, I had found out that a lot of times, when they have to make it sound like they're playing a request, you'll call in and say, hey, start chatting along. Hey, I need you to make a request for me. I said, okay, let me know when we're rolling. And they would tell me what to request because that was what was up and next in the program.
Yeah.
Because every minute was, they had some talk time built in there, but they had the songs programmed down to the letter. And so, they had folks like me. I mean, we've got loyal listeners that, you know, will call in and talk about stuff and join in and things like that. You know, I was one of those guys for 93Q and you know, this, you know, we had Rowdy Rick, we had, you know, Dynamite Kid, you know, all these made up names, but I knew who they were. And so a lot of times when you think that they're playing requests, what they're actually playing is some schmuck who said, yeah, I'll be on the radio for you.
Yeah.
You know, because hey, I'm going to be internet famous for like 30 seconds. But I mean, there was no internet. So that was always,
I'm going to be radio famous.
I'm going to be radio famous. Yeah.
I remember watching an episode of Facts of Life the one time, and there was, I mean, you remember the characters in Facts of Life. There was Tootie, there was Blair, and then I'm trying to think of some of the other ones. And there was an episode on there to where Tootie kept on calling in just because she wanted to be heard on the radio, trying to guess at all these questions.
Mm-hmm.
And she guessed, and there was like 4 different ones, and she got them all wrong. And the guy at the end of the night was like, well, I do want to thank Tootie from some so-and-so from here, for being a good player and good participant the entire night. That made her night because she wasn't the one that got on the air with the right answer, but she had kept on trying for so long.
Right.
And that was the thing. You wanted to be heard on the radio.
You just wanted to be on the radio.
Same with like me calling a request and putting those mixtapes together.
Right.
I want to call Wish so-and-so, and the people who are probably listening were probably thinking that we were already dating.
Right.
Because I was sending out all these songs.
There you go. And in reality, she was like filling out another restraining order.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Where did your start come from, Dylan? Where did you get interested? Where did you know that radio is something you wanted to do? Where were you today, years old?
I got lost and wandered into a radio station and just haven't been able to find my way out.
And that's why we're watching wrestling.
That's pretty much. That's how horses fly.
Because this is better than the golf show that we were subjected to last time.
It absolutely is. No, I was in high school and I'm like, all right, radio is something that sounds like it'd be fun, and just kind of went from there.
And again, you know, as I've said so many times, for me, it's the music. You know, when radio stations started getting corporate,
Same.
and you know, they every second was programmed. Every single second was programmed, and you knew that it had really become corporate. I had gone in with the hopes that, you know, I would be able to make an impact on somebody's life with the music that I would choose to play at any given time. And I knew that was a pipe dream. One day I was driving to Toledo from Cleveland, and I was with Sam's mom. And and I say that because we were listening to WGAR, because she was the big country person in the family. So we were listening to the country music station, and as soon as we lost signal, or we're starting to lose signal, we switched over to 101.9 over in Toledo, which is the country station in Toledo. Didn't miss a beat. Was playing the exact same thing at the exact same time, like they were networking it in, and they weren't. They were just, you know, they had their program.
Everything was down to the second, down to the minute.
Everything was down to the second, and it was like, this is not what, and this isn't the radio that I grew up with.
Because see, I grew up with, you know, we had when I was doing it in high school, we had, you know, to where you had a group an A group playlist, a B group, and a C group playlist.
Yeah.
C was the really old stuff. B was the stuff that had been a hit recently, but it wasn't current.
Right.
A was current hits.
Right.
Every hour they wanted us to, you know, say we played 10 songs in an hour, they would want us to play four A-list songs, like 4 B-list songs and 2 C-list songs.
Okay.
But we got to kind of choose out of,
out of these columns, what you want.
Out of these columns.
It's like ordering Chinese food.
Yeah. So I would play, you know, I knew, well, here's the current Aerosmith song. This is what I'm going to play for my A-list song. B, okay, I'm going to play a Richard Marx song here that was a recent hit, but it's not a current hit.
Right.
And then C, I'm going to dig something out of that's old, that's several years old, and then play it. You throw a couple of the real old ones in there for the people that aren't into the current stuff.
Aerosmith, Richard Marx, Don McLean. There's a playlist for you.
Yeah, well, I don't know if we went back as old as Don McLean, but
right.
You know, you're in the 80s, so you know you can even go back to play a Culture Club song. as your C-list song.
Oh my God, I was listening to XM and Do You Really Want to Hurt
Hurt
Me
Me
came
come-
on. I was like, yes, I had heard, who wants to do this? Sophie Turner is campaigning for somebody to make a movie about Culture Club because she desperately wants to play Boy George. I'm not sure why. I'm not there. But you have a role that you just want to fill. So that's that Culture Club reference made me think of that. But then
I got sick of Do You Really Want to Hurt Me from that Press Your Luck game show. Because every time the Whammy came out, that one of their themes was they'd play Do You Really Want to Hurt Me, and somebody would slam the whammy.
I'd seen that is on TV like once a week in prime time on I think ABC or NBC.
Yeah,
I remember watching that show, and there was always like a big ticket dollar amount and a free spin,
5, 4, 3,000
in the same box.
Yep.
Every time they shuffled.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how does somebody not know this?
No, here's the thing.
You just hit it when it's there, and
there was a guy. He was unemployed for a while. He watched it and eventually figured out the pattern of the board.
Right.
He got them for like $250,000.
Exactly.
He wasn't technically cheating.
Right.
But after that episode, I mean, you see Peter Tamarkin, the guy that originally hosted that show.
Yep.
His face just like, holy shit, how is this network going to pay out this winnings?
Right.
And the guy just kept on hitting 5-4-3, 5-4-3.
Right.
Then he mixed it up a little bit and landed on a few thousands to make it seem like unsuspicious.
Right.
Then he's hitting 3,000 spin, 4,000 spin, 5,000. Boom, boom, boom. He racks up to like $250,000.
Mm-hmm.
And he wins. Then he finally says, okay, he gets up to about that amount, says, okay, I'm done. I'm passing the spins. Nobody's going to catch him.
Right.
And then he fessed up he memorized the pattern of the board.
Well, yeah.
Which is technically not cheating.
No.
So the CBS had to pay him out the money,
mm-hmm.
and he eventually blew through it and went broke.
Yeah, of course.
And of course, you win that kind of money or whatever. And but he just, and then after that, they had to totally randomize it.
Right.
To where now
it just shows up somewhere else.
Now the things. The
Moving
whites
around.
doesn't go to the pattern.
Yep.
It doesn't go to the same pattern at the same time. It would be a lot more difficult than it was to figure out the pattern. But when you said the same spot, because he knew that it went, he figured out when, and he knew if it was here, its next spot was going to go here, where the big money was.
Yep.
So
and we were, before we started talking about game shows, we were talking about what got us into radio, and I wanted to bring it around to why we're here.
Yeah.
In this room at this station, because I'll tell you one thing, for as much as I wanted to do in radio and didn't get the opportunity to, and, really kind of despised how corporate terrestrial radio had become and how, homogenized it become, here's an opportunity where, everything's really kind of wide open. And, we're actually kind of encouraged to explore and be creative and do something different. And that's why I absolutely love doing what we do here. There's the folks I talk about. I talked about the game Torn that I play, and the group that I'm with, that we chat with, they know, they know that my main gig is what I do and when I do it and so on and so forth. And they know what I do on the weekends. And they kind of look forward to hearing about the show and everything else, because, it's if I get internet famous, great, wonderful. I look forward to, getting accosted in the grocery store going, hey, you're the Moist Voice.
Yeah.
We actually had come up with something where I told them, you don't want to know why my nickname at the radio station is the Moist Voice. And they said that could actually be used as a weapon in the new game if they make new weapons.
Yeah.
I lull them to sleep with the sultry sounds of the Moist Voice. You're like, oh God, shut up, Aaron. I know. But it really kind of culminates with, being here and being able to do what we do here. And that's why it's really something special. On that note, we're going to take our last break of the evening. You are listening to Some Kind of Radio Show here on the SKO Radio Network. We got Dylan, we got Tony, we got Aaron, we got wrestling, we got radio, we got music, we got that awesome guitar lick in the background. I have no idea what that is in the background, but we will be right back for the final half hour. Stay tuned.
We here at the SKO Radio Network have two causes that we hold close to our hearts. They are to help out children and the eradication of cancer. That's why, over Labor Day weekend this year, we will be holding a radiothon to support kids crushing cancer. Starting on Friday, August 30th at 8 p.m., Earl McCune, Dylan Thompson, Mike Hay, and Aaron Kaback will walk into the Debbie McCune Broadcast Center, the SKO Radio Network, and attempt to stay on the air for a full 72 hours in a row. Here's where you come in. If you're a business owner, contact us at 234-706-5857 or office at skoradio.com for hourly pledging opportunities. Once again, that number is 234-706-5857, and the email is office@skoradio.com. If you'd like to donate on a personal level, simply go to skoradio.com and click the donate button on the main page to find out more. Please help us to support this very worthy cause, because no child should have to face cancer alone. Welcome to the new music, the new attitude, and the new era of the SKO Radio Network.
In command mode, it turns out the auto dock has an option called stabilize and suspend. It stops all metabolic activity.
What are you saying?
With Gus's ID, it can be like hibernation. Inside the auto dock, you can go back to sleep.
But there's only one auto dock.
Yeah. And you're gonna lay down in it. You'll fall asleep. And you'll wake up on Homestead 2. And you write your book. You finish your journey. You do what you set out to do.
You'd be alone.
I've been alone before. And I'll be fine.
But I would never see you again.
I'll come and visit you.
Crew wake-up process initiated.
My fellow passengers, if you're reading this, then the Starship Avalon has reached its destination.
Grand Concourse.
A lot happened while you slept. A friend once said, you can't get so hung up on where you'd rather be that you forget to make the most of where you are. We got lost along the way, but we found each other, and we made a life, a beautiful life, together.
You're listening to some kind of radio show here on the SKO Radio Network. Call now at 234-200-5110. Again, that's 234-200-5110. Now here's Earl McCune and the Crazy Crew.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. That was it.
That was it.
That's it. Last half hour.
Yeah, I reckon. Jake, where did you come up with what?
Jake Gyllenhaal is playing Mysterio. Not Rey Mysterio.
Good Lord, I thought you meant Rey
not
Mysterio.
Rey Mysterio.
We're sitting here watching wrestling, so I thought you meant Rey Mysterio. That's why I'm sitting here going, no, I can't.
Jake Gyllenhaal playing Rey Mysterio. What do you think?
That's where I said, no, I'm not thinking of it at all. Now, Jake Gyllenhaal as Mysterio, I'm still not thinking of it, but it makes more sense than him playing Rey Mysterio.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, he's a little taller than Rey Mysterio.
A little bit.
I can get, I would see Jake Gyllenhaal as Dave Bautista before I'd see him as Rey Mysterio.
Jake Gyllenhaal. Why do I know that name? Brokeback Mountain?
Yes.
So I thought.
Immediately he goes to Brokeback Mountain.
That's the only movie I could think of. He was in. That he was in.
The Day After Tomorrow.
Didn't see it.
Uncultured swine.
I don't have as much time to do the whole movie thing. I make time out of my life to go see. I mean, like I had to go see Bohemian Rhapsody.
Right.
Rocket Man's on my list.
Right.
Which obviously having the review, I will definitely go see it.
Yeah.
Yesterday, just because I like the concept of the movie.
I love the concept of the movie. I think it's such a smart concept.
Yeah. It's like the Beatles were never around. Where are you getting all these ideas to write these songs? And the guy's huge.
Right.
So, I mean, the Beatles were a huge influence on the music industry.
Oh, yeah.
Just imagine if Elvis was never around.
Yeah.
Or if Elvis never really made it big.
Hell, imagine if the Beatles flopped.
Yeah. Well, that was just like the beginning of the British invasion. It was just like with their success, everything Euro. It was like
you would figure at that point British music would have probably stayed in Britain, and we would have known anything about the Rolling Stones. We wouldn't have known anything about Who,
Led Zeppelin,
any of them.
Elton John.
So,
yeah, we wouldn't have had the influence that we did without the Beatles.
Yeah,
tons of bands that credit the Beatles for their influence.
Oh yeah,
first one, the one that comes off the top of my mind, Green Day says, the Beatles were one of their influences, one of their many influences, but one of their influences. So, you could go down the list of, bands today that can owe their thanks to the Beatles. Absolutely.
Yeah, because it's just like you think about, my ex Michelle, I remember she went to Germany in '95, went and stayed with her cousin, her aunt, and her grandma for a few months. And she come back over here trying to look for some of these artists. They had been out in Europe for like a year and a half, 2 years, but they had made it across the pond yet.
Mm-hmm.
And then now, I don't know if you know who the Out Here Brothers are.
Okay.
They're a lot of more club EDM type of music. LaBouche, Be My Lover, Sweet Dreams.
Okay.
Made it huge over in Europe before they came over here. And then even the same with who am I trying to think of? Up All Night to Get Lucky. Daft Punk.
Mm-hmm.
Fatboy Slim. A lot of them were huge in Europe, and then they finally made it over here.
Fatboy Slim is great.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here running through. I had sworn
what
I had added Hey Jude to the library, and apparently not because I can't find it anywhere.
Oh my God.
I know. But, I've got a ton of other things coming in. So I got the almanac from Bob today.
Oh, yeah.
So that's going to be a fun week. A lot of these, many of these I've already uploaded for him. So he'll have a good list to start from. But
yeah,
I'm probably going to tackle this a piece at a time because I've got over 400 titles to nail for him here, but
he didn't give you the Glenn Miller Orchestra, did he?
No. I think we're let me take a look at that. Yeah, this is the 60s and 60s and 50s. So a lot of good stuff here.
There is a lot of good. There's a lot of good stuff on this.
Dave Clark 5.
I got some Dave Clark 5 for him. I got a list from I can't remember who I got it from, but I did get a list.
Any Sha-Na-Na?
But no Sha-Na-Na. But good stuff. I was actually sitting through listening to some of it while I was editing the tags for Bob's show. So that's fun. I mean, God, some of the stuff that Bob's going to be playing here just it takes me. I mean, it doesn't take me back to the 50s.
Van Morrison, Led Zeppelin,
Chuck Berry, Elvis Presley, Bill Haley, Little Richard, Ray Charles,
Beatles,
lots of Beatles,
Little Richard,
lots of Beatles,
Rolling Stones,
Tutti Frutti,
Neil Young.
Mm-hmm.
Patsy Cline.
Let's see what I've got. What I've got from so far is
Jimi Hendrix. Sly and the Family Stone.
BTO, Black Sabbath, Bruce Springsteen, Cat Stevens,
Shangri-La's, Sam Cooke,
Glass Harp, Jefferson Starship, a little bit of Linda Ronstadt in here, some Pink Floyd,
yeah,
a couple of Queen,
King Crimson, 21st Century Schizoid, man, that's a hell of a
some
song.
Beach Boys, some Beatles, a lot of Beatles, Bee Gees,
Stevie Wonder, Four Tops.
The Guess Who, The Doors, lots of Rolling Stones,
Buffalo Springfield.
and this is Bob's shows on Sundays. Sundays from 11 to 2. It's oldies but goodies show.
Lots of goodies.
Lots of goodies. So what you want to do is if there's anything specific you want to hear, you let Bob know by going to the Facebook page, SKO Radio request page, and specifically let Bob know, hey, can you play this? We are adding to his library weekly. I'm spending days on it. It only took me about a couple of days to get, and I think there's about 150 titles that he has. So,
I'll say there's 200 in that one.
200 in that one, 200 in the other one.
Yeah.
So, we should get him fully loaded within a couple of weeks here, because the hosts do a Throwback Thursday show.
Yep. 80s, 90s.
80s, 90s.
Wow.
They should have quite a lot to be able to pick from in the library now. I know that they've got some stuff that they want to add to, which is fine.
Right.
But and then there's going to be your show. Your show's not going to be a request show, is it? It's just going to be you.
It'll be somewhat, but not as much.
So you'll take suggestions, but it's pretty much it's going to be. I'm formatting my show like this.
Right.
There you go.
I'm playing this because I want to hear it.
I'm in this kind of mood. I'll tell you, there was one time I had, we were talking about musical influences. I mean, just musical influence in general. There was one time I had a really kind of bad breakup with somebody, and I took it really bad for a number of days. And then I was driving to work one morning, and I heard I don't even think it was the original Bob Marley, but I heard Three Little Birds.
Mm-hmm.
And I just stopped. Well, I didn't stop because I was on the freeway, but I took a moment to listen to the lyrics. Don't worry about a thing, because every little thing's going to be all right. And I was like, you know what? It's just water under the bridge.
Yep.
And it got me over the it got me over the breakup.
Yeah.
And it wasn't too long after that when I found out that it was probably a good thing, because there was some news behind the breakups, and I was like, oh, okay, well, that went over well. So yeah, I mean, music can really have a positive effect on your life, and
where words fail,
music speaks. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not wearing my glasses, and that's in cursive. So
yeah.
Cursive. There's something that hasn't that needs to make a comeback here.
But yeah, it's like when I got to be, all depending on what mood I'm in. I have an hour and a half before I leave for work in the morning, and some days out, I flip my phone on, play some music, and it's like, am I in the mood for 80s, 90s, some oldies, some high school stuff, some country, and R&B. It's just, or I'll just punch up individual stuff and listen to it, and it's just like, a lot of days I listen to some mellow stuff, but then on the weekend or later in the week when I know I need to kind of ramp up the energy level a little bit, that's when I start listening to some stuff that's a little harder.
Yep.
And it's just, punch everything through, and then you got to try find songs to where the artist won't let them put it on like a digital copy.
Right.
Like I have an 80s playlist. I probably have 50 songs on it.
Right.
Stuff I just love listening to in the 80s songs. The one song I can't find is Mickey by Tony Basil.
Okay.
And you bring her up, and it's got like two of her obscure songs, but that's one song I always liked. It's just got a good upbeat to it, and it defines the early 80s for me.
Yeah.
It's like you sit there and think it's, 8/1 of 81, the first day that MTV launched.
Yep.
And that was one of the early videos, and you see her walking around with the whole cheerleader outfit on, and it's just, I could sit there and I even hear it on the radio, and it's just, and it's just lively. It puts you in a good mood. It's kind of a picker-upper type of song.
There you go.
But then you remember an 80s group that was out in the mid-80s called Breathe?
Yes.
Hands to Heaven, How Can I Fall? Their stuff was kind of a little mellow, a little sad a little bit, but I can listen to it.
They were the 80s answer to Secondhand Serenade.
Yeah.
So, where I think that like the first 5 albums that Secondhand did was nothing but just slow stuff.
Yeah.
But they were really good at it. And then they picked up the pace a little, and it's like, okay, it's all right, but I think we were talking about Def Leppard. I think it was you and I were talking about Def Leppard.
No, me.
Where you and I,
Yeah.
okay, you and I were talking about Def Leppard, where they kind of dropped off after Adrenalize.
Yeah.
And I know that when he came out with X, that's where I lost it, because I'm like, you know what? You don't even sound like Def Leppard anymore. You're just trying to go for some sort of, artsy movement here.
Yeah, High and Dry was good. Pyromania was a great album.
High and Dry was my album. I love that album, start to finish. Just the rawness of it. Pyromania was good.
Hysteria, they were pretty. Pour Some Sugar on Me is probably going to be their trademark song to define them.
It is. You could tell that they were. That's where it's. You're starting to get to a more commercialized sound.
Yeah, because then they release Animal, Hysteria, Love Bites, and all that.
You listen to the lyrics in High and Dry. You're like, okay, I get behind this. Listen to the lyrics to Animal.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you trying to say?
Nothing.
It's like listening to Duran Duran.
What? I've never been able to stand Duran Duran.
Wait, first we're in a blender and now we're saving lives. What? Movie reference. Yeah, I got to remember. I can't use movie references on Tony.
Yeah.
Did you get that one? No? The internship?
No.
Owen Wilson and
Vince Vaughn. I did see that.
Yeah.
Where they go to Google.
Yeah. First we're in a blender and then we're saving lives. What? In the interview.
Yeah.
I go back to that more often than I should, apparently.
But yeah, you go back to artists like that. It's just like, I could never stand Duran Duran. I could never get into them. I know people that are really big into them. A Flock of Seagulls, all this time, he ran so far away, but we don't know where he ran to.
Right. They had one song and one really shitty hairdo. And that was their career.
Yeah.
That's it.
It defined them.
And they made a whole bunch of money off of it.
Here's the thing. Up until the 1980s, being a one-hit wonder was a rarity. Usually when an artist was good for a while. If they were a flash in the pan, they didn't pan out. You can count. You lost count of how many hit wonders there were starting in the 80s.
Yeah.
Somebody came out. Tony Basil had Mickey.
Yep.
And that was it. She never charted again.
Nope.
Flock of Seagulls had I Ran and never charted again. And the 80s is littered with one-hit wonders. And if you're lucky, maybe two or three. The good bands kept around. One of the bands that I added back into the library here. What I try to do is not only the new music, but try to find some classical. What I'm now referring as classic rock is anything I listened to in high school. I'm that old. So I added a bunch of Motley Crue, and and we're talking about listening to the songs I haven't listened to for like 2 decades. I haven't heard
pre-Dr. Feelgood type of stuff.
Pre-Dr. Feelgood. I mean, the entire Too Fast for Love LP, the entire Shout at the Devil LP. LP.
Yeah.
Boop, there you go. Primal Scream was one of my favorites, and I haven't heard that in a long time. But yeah, just, listening to those songs over again was just something else.
Yeah, you think like a band like Guns N' Roses. Appetite for Destruction is their defining album. Then they tried coming out with Old G and Our Lies.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Use Your Illusion 1 and 2 were both good albums. There was a lot of good stuff on them both. Don't Cry was my favorite out of the two. A lot of people like Civil War, November Rain.
I didn't like November Rain.
I didn't care for it.
Did not like November Rain.
But I did like Don't Cry. I think that's probably my favorite Guns N' Roses song.
What was the one off of 2 that made it into the Terminator movie?
Oh, You Could Be Mine.
Yeah, I hated that fucking song.
It was overplayed.
Again, we are talking about Axl Rose.
Yeah.
He doesn't sing, he screams.
He's horrible.
We talked about this before.
He's so bad.
He doesn't sing, he screams.
He's so bad.
It really is something that's just awful.
That was why I couldn't sell my AC/DC tickets fast enough when I heard Axl Rose was taking over for Brian Johnson.
Yeah. At that point, you're taking a loss because everybody else has heard and they're like, no, this isn't.
Except for that one guy that thinks that Axl Rose is God's gift to music.
Yeah. I was lucky to get face value out of my tickets.
Yeah, but we don't let Eric call into the show anymore.
Yeah.
Oh! Burning the intern. There you go.
Not even here, man.
I know. I'm an equal opportunity annoyer. How many times have I been busting on Earl? Well, I reckon Axl Rose is a goddamn American icon.
He's a mighty fine singer there.
And we should listen to him more often. How has he not heard this and said, you just need to stop? Either that or he's either down playing it. He's downstairs playing Keno. He's lit.
They're
like
going on a
Christmas-
helicopter ride tonight. So.
Yeah. Oh, so he fell out. Oh, is that what they're calling it these days?
Or he got pushed out.
See, he's going on a helicopter ride. Back when we were his age, we just called it sex.
Yeah.
And that's basically it.
Yeah, pretty much is.
Dylan's telling me it's like, well, they're calling it a helicopter ride. What they're really doing.
He's hanging by a ceiling fan having sex.
I'm going to say this on the air, and I'm going to pay for it later. Well, they have to go for a helicopter ride because Earl did try to motorboat. That didn't work very well.
No.
Dylan's like, oh, there's a line. There's the line. Oh.
Okay, we're back. We're back.
There's the line, Aaron. You're on the wrong side of it. Oh, my God. That's how old this is.
Yeah.
We're watching an old WWE pay-per-view on the network. It's Randy Orton and John Cena in an Iron Man match. And they brought out, what did they call themselves? Legacy. Ted DiBiase Jr. Ted DiBiase Jr. fell off the map really hard.
He's a dad.
He went home and
He's just a dad.
Yeah, he just went home and stayed there. And Cody Rhodes, who of course now runs AEW. I keep calling it AWE. You always want to every
All Wrestling Elite.
Yeah,
all Elite Wrestling.
Every really decent promotion had the W in the middle. You had AWA, you had NWA, you had WWF.
Right.
You had WCW. You had WCW. Kind of fucked it up for everybody.
Well,
you had a W
they
there
sucked
in the middle.
anyways.
Is that Kofi?
It's Kofi.
That's a 10-year younger Kofi.
Yep.
That was when he was in diapers.
That was when he still had that Jamaican that Jamaican accent, Kofi.
Oh, that's me again.
That's you.
He was supposed to be from
That's
Ghana.
the one thing that I can't.
Ghana,
turn
West
on.
Africa.
Yep.
Yeah, Kofi Kingston, but he's from West Africa. There's logic to that. You just have to buy into it.
I mean, I guess he legitimately is from Ghana, West Africa, but
Right.
he's
been here long enough.
He's been here long enough where he can.
There was a meet and greet. I used to have season tickets to the Cleveland
He's
Lumberjacks
from Jamaica.
Yeah,
he's from Jamaica.
I had season tickets to Cleveland Lumberjacks before they moved out and became something else. And
is that the LFL?
That's the minor league hockey, but you were close.
Now they're the Lake Erie /
The
Cleveland
LHL?
Monsters.
They were still AHL, yeah. And they had a meet and greet afterwards, and I was talking to the one guy. You know how they have the announcements? They say, and from Richmond Hill, Virginia, 6'3", goalie, so on and so forth. So this guy, that was playing for the Lumberjacks was billed as being from Lima, Ohio. And Lima is this very tiny ass farming community.
Famous for Glee.
That is like 70 miles, about 50, 60 miles south of Toledo.
Yeah.
Okay. I always remembered Lima because when I was a kid, I thought that's where lima beans came from.
Yep.
And Ada's right down the road.
Right. There you go. So I asked him about it. And he said, I was born there. I left when I was like 3. I haven't seen Northwest Ohio in decades. I'm like,
same thing.
Now I get it.
Same thing with Seth Rollins. He's from, quote, a little town outside of Davenport, Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
Born there, but he's just, aside from that, he didn't do a lot of his growing up there.
Right. It still kills me when they talk about, Kenny.
Dolph Ziggler?
Dolph Ziggler, being from Hollywood, Florida.
Yeah.
When we all knew
He resides in Hollywood,
he
Florida.
might reside in Hollywood, Florida, but he's from
he's-
Lakewood.
Yeah.
And the Miz is from Parma. But he's residing in Hollywood, California.
Right.
They even say now residing in Hollywood.
Yeah,
California.
they say he resides.
But when he came out, when he was coming up, he was billed as being from Cleveland.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which I thought was kind of cool.
And Ziggler was like an all-star wrestler at Kent State.
Oh yeah.
Gargano's billed from Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
I love the fact that he's come up. I've watched him in the indie circuit, and
He's
that
great.
was, and that was great. I've loved the fact that he's come up, and they've given him a belt at least once, and then there's a shot for him to make the big shows.
Yeah.
I love the fact that here's a guy like CM Punk who has strapped his way through and has earned his shot.
And Alexa Bliss is from Columbus. She was a university veteran cheerleader.
Yep.
She's a female.
Really?
Yeah.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Well,
I really
W was a cheerleader too, so he had to make the
yeah.
He had to make the clarification here.
Remember, the Spirit Squad was all men cheerleaders. So
there you go.
But yeah, so Alexa Bliss, from Columbus, Ohio.
Right.
So you get and they'll bill as far as like for the longest time, Undertaker was from Death Valley.
Right.
Then when they made him from the American Badass, he is from Houston, Texas.
Right, and he was pretty much always from Houston, Texas.
Yeah, that's where his hometown was.
You
And
still see him kind of slamming around.
Now the funny thing I saw was there's a little short YouTube videos, like a 3.5 minute long video that shows Kane out of all his costumes. He's in a suit and everything, and some guy keeps interrupting him, and he looks over and he's like, "You know who I am?" So he reaches in the bag, puts on the Kane mask,
puts on the mask,
choke slams the guy through the table, takes the mask off, and says, "By the way, come
vote for me."
No, come, because he's talking about tourism in his his county,
because
Knox County, Tennessee.
Aside from being mayor, I believe he also owns a insurance agency.
I think so.
In Knox County.
Yeah,
because he's always talking about that.
But yeah, he's like, "Come visit Knox County," and he looks over at the guy that he chokeslammed through the table, or else. And it was just a great promo piece. You get a good laugh out of it.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's just just imagine.
It's one of those things where you kind of get nervous until you realize it's a work, and like, oh,
yeah, it's just
all right. There we go.
Pre-planned.
Yeah.
It's like I was out last weekend, and
people actually don't plan on getting thrown through a table. It just happens.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
I happened to be out last weekend.
When we get rid of these tables, we should decide who gets thrown through them first.
Yeah, I mean, there's no railing up underneath them, so they.
There you go. We have to select who gets choke slammed.
I was out. I was actually out heading to go out last Saturday, going to the bar. Guy I went to high school with was in a Lyft car next to me, and I just happened to pull up. I didn't see at first he was in the back seat. I asked the Lyft driver because he's got a Tennessee tag on the back of his car, and I said, "Oh, Knox County." I'm like, "You happen to know you're a mayor, and Knox County used to be a pro wrestler." What turned out it's a leased vehicle through Lyft. That's why it's got a Tennessee tag on it.
Right.
I didn't know that. I didn't know. I knew they were leasing vehicles to drivers, but I didn't know they would have out-of-state tags on them. And he was like, "No," he's like, "I'm not from Knox County, Tennessee. I don't even know where that's at."
Can you obviously tell that chair shot was no one else was looking at that. So the chair shots are even a work at this point.
Yeah.
We're gonna replay it. I mean, the way he lined them up and everything, it's like you're gonna work a chair shot. These guys take chair shots for breakfast. That was such a work. It's like, no one's gonna realize that I just slammed it on the stage at all ever. But hey, that's always fun. But it was fun because I actually followed his. I followed his campaign. It was fun to watch him because he's intelligent as hell.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he's really, really smart. I mean, I'm not saying that these guys are idiots in any way, but I mean, you could tell the real smart ones. The guy that can't remember his character.
White dude, black dude.
Black dude. Went from WWE to Impact.
Booker T.
No, real heavy set guy.
Real heavy set guy.
I mean, real heavy set guy. He's on Fox and Friends almost like on a weekly basis at this point. Not Titus O'Neil, but Titus something or other. This tells you how long I've been out of the wrestling game. John Layfield is a financial planner.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean,
John Bradshaw Layfield.
He is ridiculously smart when it comes to financial planning and stocks and everything.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy is actually worth what he pretends to be worth. It's nuts.
He's loaded, yeah, just because he's played the markets right.
Which Ric Flair could take a page out of if he was.
Yeah, no kidding.
If he wasn't styling and profiling.
You know, I mean, he lived the lifestyle when he didn't have the money to live the lifestyle.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, the IRS caught up. It's like winning the lottery. It's like, okay, well, I've got $500 million. Let me spend $499 million of it. Oops, the tax man cometh, and then you're broke. And speaking of being broke, we're out of time.
Yeah.
Broke for time.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for listening to Some Kind of Radio Show. This is the SKO Radio Network. I am Aaron. He is Dylan. The other guy is Tony. We will be back on the air again tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. with Cinderblock Sports, followed up by, as far as we know,
TBD.
Casey, we still believe Casey will be coming in to do game jams. If not, continue to enjoy the wonderful music that we have programmed for you here. We will be back again next week. Earl will be back from vacation. Dylan will be here. Tony
I may
will
be here.
Dylan, well, you got to be here because I need a week off.
I may be here.
Thank you so much for listening. Good night. God bless. Have fun. See you next week.
Watch out for sharks.
Watch out for sharks. Watch out for baby sharks.
Are you sick?